What's up, Internet? My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Clarus.
And this is Dragonlance. Formerly based on Shadow of the Dragon Queen, and who knows how closely we will follow the module from here on out. Yeah, my name's Nerdy. I'm the DM. I'm going to go around the table and introduce our players quickly this week.
What's up, everyone? Rob Bruce on music.
Hey, Brian Kling, hi.
ClarusPolaris.
Captain Crail is me.
See, everyone's gonna think that you actually said it though, because it's that.
Who watches a show not at 1.5 speed?
No, I'm gonna go back on YouTube and watch it at 0.5 speed and see if you actually said it.
I have sonnets in there, like, blasted through.
Oh, I love it. I love to see
Wanna
it.
go fast?
Incredible. Gotta go fast.
Do you want to go fast? Welcome in, everybody.
Yes.
I am here to tell you that today's episode of this is brought to us by the beautiful, wonderful people at MistyMountainGaming.com. That's right. MistyMountainGaming.com is a group of adventurers who cleaved the soul of planet Earth from its body and turned it into the accoutrement necessary to play TTRPGs like Pathfinder and Daggerheart and Starfinder and Other Finders and other games.
Other finders.
In accordance with the fact that our Daggerheart content is really popular, we have transitioned this game to Daggerheart, so everyone remade their characters.
Surprise!
Right? You guys got that email? You all?
Yeah, no.
No, I'm joking. No, we did not.
No.
But, we're in the middle of an ad read, so I gotta finish that by saying Nerdy Nightly 15. It's the coupon code that you can go to MistyMountainGaming.com.
Oh my god.
My God. This is gonna be a terrible, terrible episode. You can go to MistyMountainGaming.com, use 15% off get 15% off by using the coupon
15.
code.
Holy shit.
Do you smell toast?
No, this is called dyslexia. Use Nerdy Nightly 15 to get 15% off at MistyMountainGaming.com.
Do it.
Segue, Daggerheart. No, we're not going to play Daggerheart today. However, people who watched our Daggerheart one-shot, all 24,000 of you,
Wow.
thank you so much. Incredible. Truly, it feels very special. We're very grateful, and so in honor of the desire for more that was very much in those comments and in a lot of the beautiful DMs that we got, Brian, Clarus, Amadeus, and Fifi will be back this Monday, 2 days from today at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to try and play the game at level 10.
Hell
I
yeah.
am not promising that we will get it right, because we certainly didn't get level 2 right, and
We
level
will
10 is
get it.
only going to be more complicated, but we are going to play it. Our characters are going to be returning to each other at the end of their adventuring careers, after having saved the kingdom of Melodia from a variety of calamities, with one name that has followed them through their entire careers: Sylvania, the evil goddess that haunted the village of Kunkel and its leader Erasmus. Many years ago for them, but only like a week and a half for us. It's going to be a really fun adventure. I'm so excited for that one shot. I'm excited to see what level 10 abilities are in this game. So please join us Monday night. Fariha will be back, as well as Ellen. We have the full squad, the penultimates returning. And you're going to get to see the capstone of their adventures together that never happened anywhere except in my head.
And our heads.
Sure, yeah.
The heads and hearts of the people.
The heads and hearts of the people
There
of
you
my
go.
imaginary world that I created. Does anyone else have anything to announce? Are you guys doing anything interesting?
If you are excited for Starfinder 2, the second edition, the show I do, The Adamless, and No Quest for the Wicked, we were GM'd by Paizo, the game designer of Starfinder 2, and we have a playtest on No Quest for the Wicked, half of it on No Quest for the Wicked, and then half of it is going to be on the Adamless feed on Wednesday.
Nice.
And it's fun. If you're interested in playing it, it fucks. It uses Pathfinder's 3-action economy system, which I love.
Okay.
What?
I
Three
love
actions?
3-action economy.
That's so many actions.
I know. It's so you can use an action to move, so it's an action to move. 3 actions. But then if you're a fighter and you're next to the enemy, it's like, well, because you don't have any bonus actions or
Pew, pew,
movement,
pew.
I'm just gonna do 3 attacks.
Just
in
wail
a turn.
on 'em.
Doo-doo-doo-sh.
Love
That's
that.
cool.
Is actually Surge a thing?
Gotta say a huge
no.
thank you to David B in the YouTube chat for dropping a super chat. Thank you so much
Let's
for that.
go.
David B says, hello, new fun buddies. I just joined your Patreon, and apparently I am a con producer because I'm my tier. Looks like you guys will make me a billionaire.
Yes.
Oh, co-producer. Yeah.
Co-producer.
Yeah, we'll
Co-producer.
get there. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Con producer just makes it
Nerdy
We're gonna make a con.
I
Yes,
feel
the
like...
Nerdy
Hold on.
Nightly convention. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I feel like I would run a pretty mean con.
I think so.
Yeah.
Just because
What
I've
about a
been to
kind con?
so many.
And what about a
No,
nice one?
much like a dominatrix, cons have to be a little bit mean.
okay.
No. I don't think so.
Yeah, you want a little edge to them. If they're too nice, they're a little bland. Cons need a little bit of drama.
Where's your
Not
sense
too
of-
much. We don't want like Katsucon level drama where it's like, what the fuck happens in DC every year?
But it's like the fake
But,
drama
like-
that like wrestlers do between one another.
yeah.
You need a heel.
You go on a
heel.
screen in front of everyone, just like, I gotta call this one person out.
Oh, my camera's way up.
But there's also like a little bit
Or
of
at least-
actual danger,
Can't
even
remember.
though it's performative in
I know,
wrestling.
okay.
It's like it's staged, sure, but they could really get hurt.
We need a con
Yeah.
that doesn't. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I fixed
sure?
it. I scooted over.
Okay, because I'm just
Um,
gonna twist it if you need it.
We need a con that doesn't break kayfabe.
Kayfabe?
You sweet summer child. Does anyone at this channel? Does anyone here know what kayfabe is?
No.
Really, you said heel, so I figured you might. Kayfabe is the like personas. So like if like when the Undertaker finally like broke kayfabe to do an interview about what it was to be the Undertaker throughout his career after he retired, that was breaking kayfabe, and like kayfabe is the
very good.
yeah. I grew up around wrestlers.
I just thought it was acting.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Sure.
It's just the term that they use for the like
Does it
mystique of it.
stand for
Sure,
something?
yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
It's
matter.
like a
kinda cool.
cooler version of method.
It's sort of the like umbrella term above heel and babyface and all of the stuff that goes into that.
More new.
Heel is bad, babyface is good guy.
Okay, great.
So when you turn heel, you're going bad.
We should all watch wrestling together.
Yeah.
I watched Glow, and
was
that was
literally gonna say
great,
Glow.
and that's all I need.
Oh, Glow is so good.
All I need.
Damn.
If you really want to watch good wrestling, go watch like, well,
So wait, is
I would
Allison-
say like late 90s wrestling.
Allison
But,
Brie like the heel then? Is that how
Yeah.
It's like, whoa!
not really.
No.
She plays heel for part of it, but then
Yeah.
doesn't she turn babyface?
There's a whole
No, she's.
And doesn't
She's-
their
no,
babyface break
Doesn't
heel?
she want to start babyface and then they make her heel because it's like
Maybe
nobody
that's
fucking
what it
likes
Because she's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
at being
She's
a
good at
heel.
being bad.
Yeah. Man, Netflix, bring it back, dude.
I
They
mean,
had one
Glow-
season
Glow was
left.
a lot of-
Villains.
It was, yeah.
David B, thank you for another super chat reviewing the Ahsoka show.
Hell yeah.
Go check out if you want their thoughts on Ahsoka. Go check out that super chat. Thank you so much for being here. But it is time. It is time
To say
to
It
play
is time.
Dragonlance.
Dragonlance.
I'm telling you, it's
Dragonlance.
gonna bleed into everything you say.
We've already done it a few times. We're like, yeah, we're playing Dragonlance.
Dragonlance.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Daggerlance.
I blame Critical Role.
Yeah.
Also,
They're fine.
Erasmus is like the first editor of the Bible and also the ship from Shogun.
Yeah.
Erasmus is just a word, and you guys are assholes. Let's play the game.
So is Uranus. They chose to name a fucking planet that way anyway.
That is fair. You make a good point.
Good job.
Just because it's a word doesn't mean it's a dumb word.
I think you meant isn't.
He did, but it worked anyway.
Fine.
Didn't work. I'm being nice.
In the city,
You're smart. Okay.
see, I understand why Critical Role puts the theme song here. Because it gives everyone a second to shut the fuck up before the intro. We need a theme song, Rob. How's that coming?
Coming.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Let's temper our enthusiasm for out-of-world games and gurgle our enthusiasm for in-world games.
I hate you.
See, this is why we need a theme song. Because everybody needs to shut the fuck up.
That should be illegal.
Gurgle.
Awful. Awful.
Jesus.
Can that be our team name?
Gurgles.
Nope.
Real team name.
Emperor, we have the gurgles here for you. You guys come in different colored shirts playing instruments for children.
Oh my
Makes us sound like we're a bunch
god.
of fucking Murlocs from World of Warcraft.
Oh my god.
Gurgles.
all right,
or
all right,
like
all right.
space
Sorry,
rails
that
from
one,
Star Wars.
that one was me. That was me trying to be funny.
Yeah. Well done.
It was good. It worked.
Success.
You did it.
Big laugh from me.
It's still going.
It's going into my team name folder.
I love that.
Gurgles.
Girls.
In the city of Calamon, the capital of the Nightlands, in the Empire of Solamnia, there is a group of adventurers sitting in the middle of a conversation after a hard couple of days and some rather recent revelations. The revelation that our friend Harvest is a Fey wild person, or a person of direct Feywild ancestry at the very least. The revelation that something has happened to the magic users of Sylvanesti elves and to Calgaro's father. And also just the general understanding of this group that there seem to be multiple different forces in different directions that seem to be pushing them together while also pushing at the fabric of the society that they have all come from. And you're sitting there with Yhan, an 87-year-old woman, but a necromancer who has, through her divine magics of the necromantic arts, not divine, but the opposite of divine, makes herself look real young and hot. But she still kind of behaves like an old lady. She is an anomaly. And she's sitting there looking at you all after having revealed some things to you, and said to Cal that she has to go speak with his father. And in this moment of disbelief, as our Kender friend, Bannon Lewin, has just dropped the worst pun most of you have ever heard in your life.
Right.
I don't know. Gurgle is pretty...
Not a pun and not in game. It doesn't count as either of those things.
Just a funny word.
That doesn't make it a pun. That's not how puns work. Do you think puns are just funny words?
No.
Okay.
Flabbergasted.
You sit in the silence after hearing, oh, elves are fey. Is that why they're so fayer? And no one is quite sure how to respond. Mostly Yhan, who isn't an elf, but is still somehow offended for them, like a good white lady does.
What an ally.
And in the moment before anyone can speak, there is a harsh banging on the door. Excuse me? Is this the apothecary? Excuse me? And you guys immediately recognize Timmy's voice from Vogler.
Oh, shit. Tella doesn't even ask permission, just goes to and opens the door.
Yeah,
Or goes to open the door if she stops him.
As you open the door, which opens into the shop, Timmy falls in a bit, and you see immediately in his arms is Ho. She is shaking, somewhat, like, not wildly, but violently. And you can see, like, bits of her hair continue to fall out of her head, and her eyes are shining with this bright white that you all immediately recognize as very similar to the light that comes off of Bannon when he is using the magic of Solinari. And Timmy goes, Jackson said that you might be able to help. And he looks over at Yhan, and he sees you all there, and he's like, hi, I don't know, her eyes were going white, and then we got into Calamon, and I don't know what's going on. And Jackson, you see, is just outside the door, like, looking in. And Yhan pushes through and walks over, and yes. Interesting. You said you were God's champion, yes?
I had to find the accent again. Yeah, that's me. Didn't find it.
You sound different then. I understand your friend's in danger.
Sorry, I sneezed. Yes, I'm the yes, I am the chosen of Solinari. That's still not.
You've gone further away.
I'm the chosen of Solinari.
No.
My father.
Like Scottish accent
One of these
a little
days,
bit, right?
I find the Scottish accent again, and then yes, I'm the chosen.
I'm gonna make you start speaking.
There
There we go. I'm gonna make you start speaking in it at the table before we come in.
Yeah.
It's been 2 weeks.
Right,
been 2 weeks. Last week was a
Solinari.
pre-tape. We all gotta like get back.
Exactly.
I am the chosen of Solinari.
Solinari.
No, that's right. I am the chosen of Solinari.
There he is.
Have you met this woman before?
Of course, this is Ho. She was blessed with the power of Solinari after he blessed me, and she was instrumental in helping and healing all the people of Vogler.
Interesting.
What, do you know what's going on?
No, it's not magical. It's nothing that I can help with.
What do
She's
you
not
mean?
sick.
What do you mean it's not magical?
There's no weave present. There's no... you know, and she kind of points over at Teller and at Calgaro. There's no essence of what we do in this.
There's
She's
no
touched.
magic at all.
Well, it depends on how you define magic, I suppose.
Well, if you use that, like, detector thing, does it detect magic on her right now?
Do you have a magic detector?
Yeah, you can do that.
She means detect magic, the spell.
Oh, the spell.
Yeah,
no,
that.
You think it's a stick?
I don't think it would do anything at all. But if you had some sort of divine sense, you would be able to pick up that.
I do!
Don't you have a device?
If you consider divine magic to be the same as arcane magic, then yes, it's still a magical something. I'm not sure what, but my powers cannot help with this.
Ben kind of like pushes through and looks at Timmy, and as he does, his eyes light up white, and he sort of like reaches his hands towards Ho, and he's just, may I touch her?
Yeah, if you think it'll help, of course.
Can you tell me what happened exactly before this happened?
Nothing.
strange at
She
all?
just her eyes were getting whiter and whiter throughout the last day, and we didn't understand what it was, and then she just kind of kept saying like it's got to be Solinari, and then we walked through the gates of Calamon and she collapsed.
So I'm going to cast Divine Sense. Well, not cast, but I'm going to use one of them on, well, I guess I get 60 feet, but specifically around Ho.
Yeah, I mean, it goes out the full 60 feet. You get this blast of divine light shoot into you from Ho. None of you can see this, but it is, you have felt the pings of undead and things like that with this power before. But this is a sun erupting from a person for the first time. It is the most divine power you have ever seen in your life.
Do I have any sense of what to do?
Roll a religion check for me.
Fuck, I'm so bad.
You're a paladin.
Chosen from the god.
Well, no, the whole point is that I'm at the next ability level, I'm going to take
boost,
skill expert and get it.
yeah.
I am going to give you a bardic inspiration as Teller, like, kneels next to Ban and then, like, flicks through their book to Tales and then is, like, pointing things out as stories of,
You can choose to use it if you need it after.
like old stories of gods before the calamity and stuff like that. And it's, like, pointing things out that it might be.
That's a D6, right?
And D6, yeah.
If needed.
Ooh, that's a 17.
Oh.
You might not.
All right. You aren't sure of what to do, but you get the sense that you're in the wrong place. That there is something holy happening, and that the best way to that this belongs in like a spiritual temple. You need to take this problem to a place designed to handle it.
Right. Is there some place in the city that has roots in whether it be the old gods or Solinari or something that we can... This needs a channel of sorts.
Not
Needs
for
something.
a while, right? There is nothing in the
Ruins
city.
or something.
My hand kind of is like, I've never been gods for long before my time, and you actually hear like Jackson, he's like leaning on the door. He's like, there's a place where a temple used to be. It's mostly ruins now.
We have to go there.
Sure,
Something-
yeah.
I can't explain it. There's something telling me, with what I read in Teller's books and what's happening here, that the only way we can solve this is if we go to a holy site of some sort.
Yeah, it's over in the graveyard on the east side of town.
Does Timmy look like they're struggling to hold Ho, or are they?
No, I mean Timmy's
Okay.
Yeah, they're a fighter. They're pretty beefy.
Ben looks right at Timmy. Follow me. Jackson, can you lead the way?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I'll take you right there. Wyhan. And you just see Wyhan be like, Jackson.
They totally get fucked.
You don't know that.
Ben's voice drops.
Roll an insight check for me.
I have a bardic inspiration still, so I'm gonna roll for insight. I'm good at these. That's an 19.
You are not getting the vibe that they fucked.
Okay. They haven't.
It's more of a like the vibe that you're getting from them is that that it's way more complicated than sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in love.
Are you okay?
Roll
That's beautiful.
how long does your divine sense last?
Oh, I still have one. Divine sense lasts for
60 years.
60 years.
It's like a minute? No.
In the end of my next turn, so it'll
There
be
you go.
10 seconds.
Roll a perception check with disadvantage for me.
Wow.
Perception.
So many rolls.
That dis.
Oh, no, we're not going to even bother the bardic on that. That's a 6.
Yeah, you're so blinded by this light.
Yeah. But
You don't even pay attention to anything else.
Ban is kind of actually rushing, trying to like rush to this temple. So
Okay.
like as soon as he's like, Jackson, do you know the way? And like he's not gonna take a moment to like turn to all of you because he assumes you'll be fine or you'll follow or you'll do your own thing. Just like the
Teller is
priority is
following,
just
yeah.
boom, we gotta get there.
Great, yeah, Jackson starts to lead you through the town. This is a new city. So much of this is new to you, and in any other circumstance, you would be like looking up and like enjoying all of the splendors of Calamon.
All the gurgles of the streets.
All the gurgles of the streets, the mixture of pre-calamity and post-calamity architecture, or cataclysm, sorry. And you're running through these streets though, and in an effort to keep up with Jackson, who knows these streets like the back of his hand, it becomes a little bit harder. You're having to dodge around people. It's early evening. People are kind of heading out to dinner, and you're having to really like pay attention to keep a pace.
Is Wyhan coming with us?
No, not that you notice. And you make your way across town to the graveyard. You see that there are buildings that are church-like around, but without any real presence of the gods in a long time. The care for them has really fallen to hard times. Ben, and you see the churches here remind you of the visions of the gods that you saw when you were first blessed by Solinari in the prelude. It's churches with pieces missing. There are walls that are missing stones. There are parapets that are missing the iconography that used to sit atop them 350 years ago. But the churches here have fallen into a disrepair that is just the neglect of a people who know the gods have forsaken them. As you make your way into the graveyard area, you see that it is rung by 6 of these buildings. They're sort of the central graveyard area, and then in a semicircle around and up against the wall of Calamon, there are these 6 structures. What would you like to do?
Is there like any place that like is Ho reacting to this space at all?
Ho is still just kind of shaking with her eyes, kind of almost emitting a light.
I'm gonna divine sense again to see if I can pick up anything in this area that is also ringing with sort of a celestial or hallowed magic.
Great, roll a perception check for me.
Even with the thing. Okay, perception check.
I mean, you're in a graveyard with churches. If you want, like, I want a specific divine feeling, you're gonna need to...
Oh yeah, that's good.
Do I still have the bardic inspiration?
Did you use it?
No.
I didn't use it, no.
Yeah, then.
Doesn't it last 10 minutes?
It lasts 10 minutes.
How long has it
Yeah,
been?
it's been like 9 minutes.
I abused it. So that's gonna be a 19. The bardic inspo.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, you are hit by more senses than you ever have while using this spell before. There is holy and divine energy, but it's odd. it's latent in so many of these places. It feels like there are pockets of divine energy beneath some of these temples that almost feel like they're bursting forth from the ground, as if they've been held back by something and are finally coming into their own. And you do kind of immediately recognize that the third church from the left, one of the two middle churches, the one on the left, is ringing with a similar potency that you got from Ho and what she's going through.
Ban just immediately walks up to it, sort of signals to Jackson and Timmy to follow. Is the door budge if I try and open it? Is there a door on it?
There is a door. It's closed. You do notice as you're walking across, because you cross this entire graveyard with your divine sense, there is holy energy from the churches around you, but beneath you as you're walking, you are feeling these light hits of undead energy from the graveyard.
What? I don't like that.
We love catacombs.
You scream that out loud.
No, I will mention this later.
Internalize.
We don't
there are
know.
more pressing things right now.
Yeah.
Ben's just screaming as he's in there.
That's cool. Yeah, but I'm gonna try and push those doors open. Kind of.
They're locked.
I got it. I'm gonna kick him in.
All right, roll a strength check for me.
Right.
I just imagine like these big stone doors.
Teller will probably also give a hand in trying to kick it down.
15.
Shove it.
All right, yeah, you step up and you put your boot through the door.
Great.
It opens. You literally kick through where the knob is. And so, like, the doors are still there, but they are no longer locked because the lock is 10 feet back in the
Perfect.
space.
As the doors swing open, Teller does go, if anyone's in here, apologies, we are in a bit of a dire situation, I'll fix this.
Why would anyone be in here?
People, if they don't have a home, a ruin is good as anything.
As you make this noise, you hear from a little hut that was by the front of the graveyard, Hey, what are you guys doing?
Emergency! Hello there, sir. Hi. It's an absolute honor. Teller, these are my friends. Go inside the church.
While Tyler's
A
describing this,
graveyard emergency?
A church emergency.
we're here on church.
All right, I'm getting the city guard.
Okay, very well.
Well, no,
Is
Jackson.
Jackson still here?
Yeah, Jackson's with you.
Jackson knows the city guard. Like he's with
already got
us.
them.
So
Fuck.
It's Jackson.
Roll. God damn it.
Jackson.
Roll a persuasion check for me with advantage.
It's Jackson.
He's literally
I know, but I'm
standing
still
right
gonna
there.
make you roll for it. God damn it. I should have made Jackson so cool.
Fuck. I have a -1, so I shouldn't have done that. It's 12.
Jackson is like, oh yeah, let me go talk to them, but we probably should have checked with someone first. It's fine. I'll go deal with
Emergency.
it. Yeah, and so Jackson leaves you guys to go talk the Gravedigger
Church
out
emergency.
of bringing the city guard down upon you.
Ban is like kind of trying to help Timmy at this point, like get Ho into the building and like to like the strongest point of like wherever this magical energy is.
As you enter it's not a full church. It's not like a cathedral. It's more of a like local place of worship that is this probably 40-foot by 40-foot circular building. At the center of it, there is a full moon engraved in the floor in white stones. And you see that within that moon, there are 2 craters that you can see if you look up at the moon at night. But they have been beautifully inlaid into the white moon, one in black, the smaller in black, and one in red. There is like a chipping at the edges of these stones that look like someone has tried to like pry what looks like could be rather valuable stones out of the ground. But despite a little bit of cosmetic damage, it doesn't seem like any have been able to be ripped up, even though the stones around this moon at the center of this building are chipped and flawed, and there's grass and like weeds growing between the cracks. This moon in the center is nearly perfect. Other than the scratches of somebody who came in with a chisel. Around this circular moon in the center, you see these 4 sections of pews in any direction. There's 3 pews in each row. The 4 pews are all curved to perfectly match the curve of the moon and in this expanding circle out. The pews are mostly broken, and there's a few places where you might be able to sit, but none of them look like they're of a quality that you could put your actual weight on and they would stay standing. And then in the back of these, in the far corner and on either side, at the end of the rows between the pews, you see that there is stone countertops, places of worship that could have had some use 350 years ago, but there's nothing on them anymore except the tattered kind of fringe ends of the tabletop fabric that used to sit upon them.
I'm using another divine sense to find the strongest concentration in this room of this divine magic, and I'm going to direct Timmy right there with Ho.
Right.
Well, I mean, I guess where is that?
It is this circular moon in the center. It isn't brimming with energy the way that she is.
Yeah.
But it's weird. You can almost feel like it is. It isn't just the surface of this stonework. It is a column that goes straight down into the earth beneath it.
Ban is going to take Ho and sort of, or lead Timmy and like have him lay Ho down in the center of this sort of circular area. And he's just going to sort of like put his hands on the sides of Ho's head and just sort of, Solinari, if you can hear me, I don't know what to do, but I had a sense I should bring her here. Please help. And I'm gonna use one point of my lay on hands to try to do something.
Great. Is everyone else inside?
Yeah, I want to be kind of like at the edges of the room. Like I want to just make sure that, like, you were like, oh, there might be people here, and so I've just kind of made sure that the room is clear.
Yeah.
Just paranoid that there's people here.
Yeah, it's like, that's a strange thing.
Just like looking like behind like shelves and stuff like that.
Yeah, like, you know, like lifting up like stones, being like,
As you sit there, as soon as her back is on this moonstone, it begins to light up around her. And the moons, all of the white stones that make up this moon pattern on the ground begin to light up around her body. She visibly relaxes and stops shaking. And Timmy, you hear Timmy take this deep breath. And she is still unconscious. Her eyes are still, she's mouth open, eyes open, just projecting white light into this room from her eyes. But you are lying there. You're kneeling at her head, cradling her head, and the stones around you are perfectly white. What would you like to do?
what do the other colors look like? The red and the black?
They're similar in design.
I mean, like, because you said they're like inside of the white moon.
Yeah, so it's like it's sort of like a stained glass pattern, but made out of stone. And so it's these white stone. You're not even sure they're stones. They could be gems. You're not quite sure what they are. But they make this pattern in a perfect circle of this moon. And where those two black and red circls are, it's the same. It's a similar looking stone, just in black and red. But those did not light up when Bandon was kneeling there.
Ban is just like, what he's doing seems to be working. So he's just going to stay there. His eyes are closed at this point, and he's just kind of trying to channel as much of his own divine energy into Ho at this point to just try and save her or stabilize her in whatever way.
Right.
Teller is nearing the back of the room, just trying to soak in the whole atmosphere of everything.
Right.
Upon seeing the stones light up, because the, Solinari magic, he's going to walk up to Cal and take their hand and lead them to the kind of where this ritual is taking place, kneel down and kind of put their hand on the part of the moon that they kind of that they worship and not necessarily worship, but that you're the thing is from
my body.
And then leans in and is like, can you cast a small spell? Any spell.
As you say that, as soon as Cal's hand touches the stone, the red stone begins to light up.
Goes over and then grabs Harvest. And then brings Harvest over and then puts Harvest's hand down.
Do you go with him? You lead
But I'm uncomfortable.
You lead an uncomfortable Harvest over, and you take her by the hand and you lean her down. And as Harvest's hand comes into contact with these black stones, they begin to light up with the energy that I would say is most similar to the Darksaber from Star Wars, because
Sick.
it's like the one thing that lights up black that I think actually works. And as this moon completes, you see all three colors begin to light up. And from the edges in, the light begins to die out. But not like they're turning off. Like the light itself is moving in and in and in. And it collapses this light pattern into Ho's body. And for the first time since you have seen her at the door, she takes this deep breath in. And you hear a voice that you've heard before, and you all hear a voice you've never heard before.
Oh.
As the voice of Solinari comes from her mouth, and he says, Takesis breaks free. The land is awash in disarray. But the balance of the rest of us is more powerful than she could ever be. We return through you, and through you she will be defeated. Ho's eyes come back. You see her pupils ghosted in white. They're not quite the same, but you see understanding in them. You see humanity in them again. And she looks up at Bannon and just looks over to Timmy. Where are we? I don't feel very good.
You're in the house of Elrond.
Fuck you.
All right. It's October the 23rd. You know what? I went there too.
Great.
Yeah.
Somebody had to say it.
No,
Otherwise
I
we're just
know.
gonna hang
You know
out
what they
this whole
did?
session.
They actually did.
Honestly, if I didn't say it, I was gonna be distracted for the rest of the
I need
Better
to
to
find
get
a new
it out.
cast for this show.
One who's never seen The Lord of the Rings.
Timmy just like picks her up by her shoulders and grabs her and is just cradling her to his chest. And he's just crying silently into her shoulder and just looks over at Ben. Thank you. I never would have been able to do that. What did you just do?
I don't really know. I mean, we were just kind of... I panicked and felt that there was some sort of magic. It was just an urge. We needed to find a holy place, and I guess this is how Solinari wanted to talk to us. It's a bit fucked up, but... I mean, it worked. I don't know why this happened to Ho, but I think maybe she should take it easy now that we're in Kalaman and stop with the healing for a bit.
And you hear her say, no, it's okay. This was my place. This is my place. And she's looking around and she says, he brought me here to bring this back.
To recover the holy sites.
Something like that. I can feel it. I can do more now. I am more connected to him. And I don't know what that means. But I'm gonna find out. Thank you.
I would imagine that if we're going to war against this Takesis, it's a god, isn't it?
Tell us now at the back of the like as soon as puts Harvest's hand down and then everything started happening, like regressed to the back of the judge, and
It's a
then
god, isn't it?
yeah, yes, is a red dragon, the one that has been advancing on us, back in Vogler.
I'd imagine then having a church or a temple come back into functionality might attract more praise for some of the other gods, because I imagine we'll need all the help we can get if we're going to war against one of them.
I think we need all of them. But I don't know what that means, because I don't know who they are. I've heard of the moons, but...
There was one that we heard about when we were in the woods near Vogler. What's the name of that god? The statue. Remember, we went to that statue.
So I'm like,
Oh, like
I definitely
where,
know that off the top of my head.
where Martin-
Chislev.
Yeah, that's it.
Chislev. Chislev.
Chislev.
But you and
Cheers, love.
Garrett, who was definitely with you this whole time, and I did not forget about, is like, but something something happened to the statue of Chislev.
Right, it was covered in those like vines, was it?
No, it was
circle of
There was a circle.
there was a circle of death around it.
death.
But it hadn't been there. I've been going to that statue my whole life, and I mean, I didn't know it was divine
Someone
still, but
tried to ruin it.
or they did. What if someone's trying to? I don't know. It just sounded like you need the gods, and
someone was trying to hinder them.
And we thought it was Martin at the time, which would make sense if Martin is working for...
Balefion, who's working for Takesis.
Well, I mean, yes, and then Martin is technically working for Takesis as well. And then Takesis is trying to kill these gods that are going against... We are in the middle of a war between gods again.
Well, that never happens.
So they just disappear and then come back and say, oh, also here's a war.
That is...
Not complaining, but...
I am.
Well, maybe the war is why they're coming back, because we're gonna need them.
You've got bits of the Red Moon in you. Do you have any divine sense to the...
Divine sense? No.
To what's the name of that
Lunitari.
one? Lunitari. And
No.
that lit up with that like weird like anti-light thing when you touched it. Like, are you with the name of that one?
Nuatari.
Nuatari.
Would I know much of the lineage of Nuatari, the Black Robes, and Takesis? Like the history behind it?
sorry, what?
Like Nuatari is directly descended from Takesis, are they not? And then the Black Robes worshipping. Like, would I know any of that?
Nuatari is its own god.
It's his own god.
Yeah, so Nuatari, Lunatari, and Solinari
Completely
are
separate from Takesis then.
they're the gods of the moons.
Yeah.
And so
They're
they're
the
not
gods of-
related to
Great.
Takesis.
Okay.
Nuatari is a goddess of death.
Yeah.
And is technically an evil god, but
It's not an evil god. She's a goddess of evil magic.
misunderstood.
Yeah,
It's-
no,
well-
I literally wrote that in my,
Yeah.
in my bio. I was like, I think the worry is the misunderstanding of the Black Robes.
it is evil from the perspective of mankind.
Yeah.
Of
It's unnatural.
viewing death as being a negative, whereas Nuatari and Waihan, like, you know, Waihan, I wouldn't consider an evil character, even though she practices necromancy. It's more about like the perception of the god, rather than Nuatari's not really known for evil acts throughout history.
Yeah.
Now.
We'll call it unorthodox then.
But there are others who have used her influence as an excuse to do terrible things.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are also divinely favored now and
Yeah,
connected to a
and I
god.
was just about to say,
Yeah.
do I know that though? Because I cast the spell and it acted through me, but do I know that was directly a god doing it?
That's up to you. Where does Teller think that power came from?
I think at the time, Teller just didn't think about it, and I think now, like, kind of like thinking back on like that, oh, my book fucking predicted the future. Like, it wrote itself, and this is not a magical book. I bought it at a shop. Is now like, is it fair to say that Teller can just piece together the information from like old stories read of like old, like specifically the god of knowledge, which is what is favored Teller?
Yeah, I think that you're not 100% sure, right? I think that I think that there's a road to discovery ahead of you. I think it's more that like you're open to it
Okay.
being that, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Your instincts say that you're right, but there's something about Teller, I think, that is you need a little bit of evidence.
Yeah, I think I think Teller thinks of like, oh well, if all the gods are coming back, it like literally what we just spoke about. It's like, well, then maybe that was the thing that wrote in my book, because Teller isn't a holy man by any means, but then decides to not mention it yet. He's like, I'll do some research and then I'll get back to everyone on this.
How many
But
gods
like
are there?
writes a little like comment in in the book and underlines it.
You just hear the underlining.
Yeah.
It's a good question. How many gods are there?
Over
Well,
20?
there were a fair few.
Yeah.
Roll a religion check for me.
Yeah, actually, I feel like I would have at least known something like that, but
I don't know shit.
shot in the dark. I don't know shit.
You know about the 3 moons, and that's
I rolled
it.
a 3, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know about 3 gods. So.
I rolled a 17.
20.
Teller, and you are a little bit, just because of where you come from, you're a little bit like, it's more than 20.
Yeah.
And you're like, Teller, you know there's 21. There are 7 that are considered to be good, 7 considered to be neutral, and 7 considered to be evil.
See, I would know that because of the conclave. Never mind. Canonically, he would
Brain
know
fart.
it.
You had a
It's
brain
just,
I had a
it's
brain
also
fart.
like,
I'm like,
it's like
25
right, you
or
know it,
something.
but right in this moment, it's like you're just not
great,
thinking.
yeah.
You had a brain-
Actually,
you had a little brain
completely
gurgle.
refreshed my memory because it's out of 3 right now.
We heard the voice of a god, so it's like.
Yeah, no, yes, that's the first time
Your
I've
hand, without using magic, your
lit
hand
the
lit
fuck
up a right.
Yeah, and a god spoke to me, so I rolled a 3. It makes sense. Complete refresh of memory. What year is it?
What year is it?
What year
I
is it?
do have that answer for
Okay.
you. It is, oh, fuck.
And are we using AC like after?
Yeah.
Christ? Oh, no.
It is currently, oh my god, it's
the cataclysm.
350, it's 300, it's the end of 351 AC.
Great. Okay.
After Christ, baby.
After Christ.
After the cataclysm,
Yeah.
the Starian cataclysm.
Some might call what happened to Christ a cataclysm.
I don't think anyone would call it a
I don't think they
cataclysm.
would either, but
It was a bad 3 days.
You're
It was a
wrong, but
cataclysm
like-
for our sins because they all got forgiven.
Yeah.
It was a Minecraft Christian server or whatever. Christian
Minecraft.
Minecraft server.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Yes.
So yeah, you are in this modest temple to Solinari. You see Ho. She collects herself kind of and straightens her spine, and she begins to just clean up. Like she is just walking around collecting broken bits of wood, and she starts to move them to the door, and you see her kind of walking around this space, collecting the detritus, tidying what isn't, and just kind of familiarizing herself with all of it. And Timmy finds the one pew that is like kind of still standing and is just kind of like sitting there with his hand on his sword, just watching her.
Like a wall sit, like not sure if it's gonna break or not.
He's very careful at first, and then he like leans into it. There's this like really loud creak as he's like.
Ben kind of just like goes over to Timmy and just sort of like, you did really, really well bringing her to me. I'm not saying that to be like I'm great or anything like that. I just wanted to know that
No.
quick thinking was incredible.
I didn't bring her to you. Jackson was with me when we were going through the gate, and he said Wyhan knows how to deal with stuff like this. So
Either way, your actions
I mean,
may
yeah,
have saved
it's
her life.
a lot of weird fate stuff going on, huh?
Well, when the gods are involved, there's always fate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird to live your whole life without gods, and then suddenly you're married to, I don't know,
The emissary.
something like that. Yeah.
The holy first witness.
Actually, she's the announcer. That was a
Sorry.
mistranslation.
Yeah, that was ruined. Sorry. If you haven't read Miss Born,
Spoilers!
no sense.
Stop it! He just, he's a little flabbergasted, but he's like, like 3 days ago, I made coffee for a living. Now I've killed a lot of people and dragons and an ogre lady, and I'm man, I don't know. I kind of just miss waking up and making coffee, if I'm being honest, but
But I think this is the calling that Solinari has gifted you with. That if Ho is to be an emissary and to help bring Solinari back to the people, then it's on you to protect her.
Her-
Make sure nothing happens to her.
Harvest comes over and offers her flask to
Thank you.
to Timmy, and
And he takes
in
a
his
sip
coffee.
and is like, "Do you keep coffee in a flask?"
yeah. What else would I keep it in?
I just thought it was whiskey. He like takes another sip and he hands it
There
back
you
to
go.
you.
Yeah, drink up.
And he's just kind of looking at you like he's like I would rather a drink. Like
Oh no, we'll get to that. Yeah.
What time is it?
it's like
10 in the
7, 8
morning.
p.m. It's been a long day. You guys have like been through it.
Yeah.
You traveled all the way from Fletching Tower to the city, and that your conversation with the White Hand. Now this.
Possibly be rolling.
You got your armor measured.
Can I
Like,
insight Timmy's need for a drink?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
No.
being I need it
Like,
really
does
bad.
Bannon notice that Timmy's like disappointed at the...
We're all next to it.
You don't need to roll for that. He grabbed a flask,
Timmy,
Oh, I don't know.
had coffee, and then
And
visibly
said, "I
said,
wish
"Oh,
this
I
was
thought this was
booze."
whiskey."
Speaking of which, it's been a long day, and we've got a lot maybe to discuss now that we don't have sort of the burden of incoming attack on our shoulders. Maybe we should retire to a pub or something, get a drink, and decompress the day. Unless we have something else that we're supposed to do. I've kind of forgotten with...
I promised Derek that I'd introduce him at the knight's outpost.
very
So
well.
we
Yes, you did.
you know, I want to make sure Derek you get a room, and that
I've got to open this box at some point.
yeah, exactly.
Still lugging it.
You guys have been lugging this giant box
Yeah.
for days.
Why don't we find
Poor
something
guy.
close to there where we can sit down and have a chat and have a drink while the two of you go and...
Yeah, it's a little prissy, but it's not a bad
You know,
bar.
it's up at the top of... No, it's not a bar. The Knights of Slamnia is the barracks for them.
I
is-
meant the bar, whatever bar
Near-
was nearby, is a little prissy.
Yeah, so that would be near like the market square.
Okay.
Because the Knights of Slamnia, their housing is in the castle at the top of that hill.
Gotcha.
At the top of the cliffs.
Oh God. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to
I
climb.
have free lodgings, but I have to walk up a hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have
quite the
to
hike.
to climb up there. You know what? Let's get a drink first. The lodgings aren't gonna change if we get there now or if we get there at 3 a.m. So,
Dude, just has this box traveling.
Fine.
well, we're not gonna bar hop. We'll stay in one spot, but otherwise we're gonna have to do the climb up and then back down to find a bar and then back up again to go to sleep, and that just sounds awful.
If we want to find a place where we can just settle in that has all the secrecy that we need, could go to Constellation. It's the place I used to work.
You see Jackson like...
Been there before.
Oh, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Is it? Do they have good drinks?
They do.
They
It's
do,
a brothel, just so everyone's on the same page.
Never
Yeah.
been to a
Alright.
brothel. It sounds fun.
I won't be joining you for that, but I appreciate the offer.
Very good.
That's unfortunate.
I have a lot of friends there, so it's as private as it, can be. If we want to go,
No objections.
quiet room.
Dara, is that fine? Can we do the
I don't know what a brothel is.
There's no
Oh.
way. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, but
You're 19. I have been picturing you as a graying man.
No, Darren is a young man,
wants to- he's like a-
visibly Asian descent.
Wow.
According to the book.
he's like a squire who wants to be a knight.
No, I knew that, but I
Did
thought
I
he
never
was.
describe him to you guys?
I fully
Not
thought that
really.
he was like a
That's my bad.
Incredible.
40s.
I think it's the voice, the
He's
gruff
a dude. He's
voice.
worked as an accountant his whole life, and it's just a
Well,
side.
yeah, this
an
is what Darren
accountant.
looks like.
Holy shit!
Yeah, he's like young.
I love that
you
the
fucking
voice
Asian
does
boy.
not like that to
So
me.
much more
yeah.
attractive than I spotted.
I don't know. I chose a voice
No, it's
randomly,
great, it's great,
and
it's great.
he
It's
just
just very
kind
funny.
of talks like this, and
Yeah.
he's had a hard
so
life.
a brothel
Oh, that's
is where people go and they pay money to have sex.
Not just that, but that's a big part of it.
Wait, people.
It's not just that. It's not just sex. It could be anything. We do
Company.
shows as well.
Performance.
Cabaret and
What kind of
like a
shows?
burlesque show.
burlesque, cabaret. We do stories.
I haven't seen
Used
one
to
of
do
those in
stories.
forever.
Okay.
Good times. Companionship. It's nice.
I don't think I'm gonna pay for sex, but I'm down to come.
No. Okay, well, you will have to pay for that.
You get one more.
That's not how this works. I'm paying you.
Oh my
I
goodness.
just want to get that embossed on something.
I'm not paying for sex, but I'm down to go.
No, I meant like I mean, are you all right if we don't go see the knights tonight? If
Tonight.
We can get a room. Like, we can fully
Yeah.
stay in a room.
I'm not in any rush.
all right, it's just been a long day, and I don't want holding that thing all the way up. It's just it's a
Don't
lot.
we have to go up? Do we have to go up there tomorrow as well? Like, is that where
Yes.
the?
So you guys,
It's
you,
where the
you
meeting
do
is.
have a meeting with
Yeah.
the governor and the council in the morning to discuss what happened in
And
Boulder.
that's
Is
also
that-
up the hill, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And Baccharis Jr. told you about that at the wall.
So you don't want to be running up that hill till tomorrow.
if we've got to go meet the governor tomorrow anyway, we may as well just do it all then, right?
Yeah. I promise I'll still introduce you, but can we do it tomorrow?
Yeah, you guys were thinking about going up there because you were hoping you might be able to get free lodging up there.
Yeah.
but-
Well, if we can just stay somewhere more fun, I'd rather that.
We
Great.
Just, like, stay somewhere with more fun. We're down to come. I really tried to make that more flowy and.
Ho kind of walks over to Timmy and they have a quiet conversation, and then she turns to you all and says, "Thank you so much. I'm not coming with you. I'm gonna find a new lock for the door, and get this door fixed."
Very good.
That's fair. Yeah.
Maybe I'll come back tomorrow at some time and I'll help you out getting things sorted here.
If you have time for that, but you've done so much. Please, you don't owe me anything.
It's
Truly.
not that I owe you anything, it's that I owe Solinari everything.
Well, I can understand that. Thank you.
We're in the
Again.
same boat here.
And Timmy just kind of like looks at you all like longingly about going to Constellations and is like, that like, it's that like look you see in men's eyes who are married who just go, "I'm going shopping with the wife. Have fun at the brothel. We're gonna go to Home Depot. Today we're getting one lock and walking out with a bunch of, I don't know, Christmas decorations for next year."
They're on sale.
This is my life. Every time we go to Michael's, we're like, we need this one thing from Michael's. And Clarus is like, but they have all of these fake plants. And I'm like, we don't.
Is
But they're so
Is
cute.
Ho just
Yeah,
tasking
cute.
herself entirely to fix up the temple?
What?
Is Ho just tasking herself entirely, or like would the city repair it, or
I mean, these temples look like nobody has
no
looked
one
at them
touched
for.
Yeah, so no one gives a shit. It's not government funded.
No, there's
But-
been no reason. The
Yeah.
gods have been so absent.
Got it.
So no, but it does look. She just looks determined to make this space something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would I know the average value of commissioning carpenters and wood builders to fix pews?
No.
I am
No.
a carpenter. Just putting it out there.
Okay,
Hey,
Jesus,
Harrison
calm
Ford.
down
Yeah,
with your fucking
That's
Jesus
not what I
bullshit.
remember, but I do have.
Wait, no,
fucking-
isn't Bannon the? No, never mind.
The son of God.
No. No. For some reason, I thought your dad was.
No, my mother.
Like, oh, okay,
My
yeah.
mother was a carpenter
There you go.
No.
and a
Your
woodworker.
mother was a hamster. And your father was...
What?
You guys just say shit sometimes.
Oh.
I don't know where you're going.
Holy Grail.
That's how I feel when you say things, and you're like, "What? You've never seen this?" And I'm like,
Oh, I know what
"No."
he was referencing. I just don't know why he was referencing it now.
Your mother, your father.
What would you like to do?
Like to
We're
go
going
for a drink.
Constellations.
Yeah.
Maybe a little something else, you know?
All right. As you
Seem like the
leave,
type.
As we walk, I kind of like
Favors
go. I'm like Bannon. I'm like, whose voice was that?
That was Solinari.
You're
Have you
like
not-
sure about that?
Yeah, it's the same voice that I've heard in my dreams.
Is that what he sounds like?
It's magical, isn't it? Well, divine. Well, blissful? Divine.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least now you all know I'm not crazy.
Well, I wouldn't.
I mean, you might still be a little
Yeah,
crazy.
we'll
We're
put that
all a
to
little
rest just
crazy,
yet.
but yeah,
Well, okay, but at least I'm not the one throwing knives at people.
different kind of crazy though.
Yeah, one is decidedly less harmful to other people.
we balance each other out. I'd say.
As the players stall for the return of Teller,
I would say yes. We balance each other out.
when you step outside the door to this temple, you look up at the night sky and you see stars that you've never seen before, arranged in a pattern unlike the patterns that you are used to. As the constellations seem to have changed somehow. And
Do
it
you guys
is
see that?
it is noticeable in the darkness of this encroaching night that the sky is a little more full than it should be, considering you're in a city with some amount of light pollution. But you are able, as you look up into this ever-darkening night sky, you see that there is a whole new world of constellations above you that seem to be pushing through that light for
Yeah.
this moment.
Is any notable constellations that we would have
No.
seen or anything? No.
Just things you've never seen before in the sky
Yeah.
above you.
Stars are different.
And you head to constellations. Teller, would you like to describe this place of that has been such an integral part of your life?
Yeah. You can hear Constellation before you see it. Turning down this kind of quiet street, there's a few like restaurants and some bars open, but you can like see this like outpouring of light from these stained like clouded glass, but before we hit it, you can hear this music, this loud, like raucous music, and there's laughter, and there's people. It's
There's noticeably no residential like apartments or anything within 2 blocks of this building.
yeah. It's like the life of this one place is so apparent. You hear the laughter of so many different voices. Some you can hear are like a little faker than others. Some are people trying to laughing to appease people. Some are just laughing in like genuine joy. The whole side of this street, as I said, is like is all multicolored and iridescent with these lights. The candle light and then big firelight is like blooming out. There's so many people like cascading out to the door onto the streets. There's very drunk people and then a bunch of like younger people trying to like rev themselves up to go inside, and it's just like a very, very joyous old building made of like redwood and stone. As I said, all the glass is this clouded stained glass. It is a bit of a push to like for everyone to get inside of the door, but then as soon as they do, even though again it is a bit of a push, Teller is a tad taller than everyone. Oh no, not as tall as you, but I think someone there's this like one very lavishly dressed like older lady, she looks like almost sophisticated, is speaking to like this like 5-6 different people and has them all completely like enraptured in her conversation. In this slightly smaller room, we can like see down the hall, and there's almost like a theater stage where like people are dancing and there's like a bunch of people watching them. But this one older woman, she's as she speaks with such like purpose and like has all these people like fully paying attention. She like cocks her head like slightly just to look at the new people coming through the door, which is us, and then spots Teller, and I imagine like cancels the conversation, like doesn't care anymore, and then is like,
There's a moment you see as you're like stepping up these steps to get into the building, you see there is a rather like physically endowed, just like massive muscles hobgoblin that stands at the door, who's sort of the bouncer of this place, and who you know as Muscle, who is he's got this like weird smile on his face that is huge, and he is just so intimidating, but so polite at turning people away when he doesn't think that they should be there. And he doesn't even say anything. He sees Teller, and there's no problems for you guys getting in. And you see Madam, who just... Oh! Teller, darling! Yes!
Hello, dear. How are
Welcome
you?
back. It's been a minute.
It
Where have you
has.
been?
Oh.
Who are they?
All over. Friends!
Friends!
Introduce yourselves.
Oh, I'm so sorry you made friends with Teller. That sounds miserable. What's your name?
Cal, nice to meet you.
Al, nice to meet you.
I'm Ban.
Ban.
Harvest.
Harvest. And she looks over at Derek and is like, it's okay. I'm not gonna bite you.
Peeks.
He's just
That's
like,
Derek.
he's holding this box in front of him. So like, he's had it on his back the whole time, and he came inside and is just kind of like clutching it.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, hello, Derek. Yeah, like Harvest said, hi. And she's just like, so, what brings you back to Calaman?
Business.
Business.
Yes, we have a lot of... Seems like we have become the emissaries of fate, which is exciting.
Oh! Is that a band name?
That's a
Team
good
name, Emissaries of Fate. Emissaries of Fate is quite nice.
Wow.
He does like to make himself sound important, doesn't he? It's
very
good
much.
to see.
Well, I mean, he's not exaggerating that much.
I have friends.
I
this
take
time.
coffee.
Is this a conversation that should take place?
Probably
In a
something
private
private.
Would you? We would love a room just for some privacy and secrecy, if that's okay.
Of course.
I would,
Staying here tonight as well.
if we
Really?
could,
Yes. Rooms. Okay. Yes.
just a room. Just
Sure.
for us. If you have like, I don't know.
We don't really have a room for 5.
Yeah.
Really?
But I can
You
put
do?
aside.
Not for the night.
Oh, I understand.
Not on a. What's the day? Is it like a
That's
Saturday?
Thursday night.
No, it's actually like a Tuesday right now.
Oh,
The Kingfish Festival is on Saturday, and then you guys traveled,
for like 3 days.
Yeah.
and then no, it's
Me-
actually
oh,
Monday.
I need
It's
to
Mon-
keep
It's
track
the
of
equivalent
this.
of a Monday.
For the
Sure.
moons.
No, you have 5
Nice.
nights until you turn.
And it's still bumping.
Yeah.
On a Monday
Okay.
night.
I think it's 5 nights, right?
I'm just gonna like write.
6
I
nights
have
until you turn.
6,
turn.
but
Oh, right, because we haven't long
Six.
rested since.
Why?
It will be 5 tomorrow. Yeah, yeah.
It'll be
I'm gonna,
5
like,
after
keep
tonight.
like a ticker at the top of my sheet.
Yes. We have basement rooms. If to sleep in tonight.
That'll be fine.
It's busy.
yes.
That's good.
Yes. Lots of festivals this time of year. But is there a conversation we need to have, or is there a conversation you need to
I
have?
would love to talk later. I mean, there are some stuff that I will
it's-
clue you in on before the council knows.
The city?
yes. Yes, we are.
Okay, then
I'm moving
I
up in the
will have
world,
a
I'll
conversation
tell
with you later.
We'll be back up. We're just gonna drop off our stuff and like take a moment
Sure,
and then
we'll
get
come
some
up.
drinks. Yeah.
Drink, chat.
yes.
Yeah.
We really just, we haven't had a moment just to talk like us. So if that's why you know,
Drinks.
we're here. Love
Food.
some drinks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Lots of food.
Off the library, Studio C.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good table. I will send somebody up with things. You know where you're going. I don't need to send. Yes, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's good to see you.
It's sparked a whole level of joy in me.
Oh, good. Let me know if you need anything else.
Absolutely.
You know how to. You'll
Yeah.
be fine. I'm gonna get back to these.
Entertain, please.
Sorry, darling. Sorry, old friend. And she's fully back.
Yeah. I love her. She is great. If we need secrets, information, the best place to find information is a brothel. Everyone comes here.
Everybody
fair.
talks. I'm assuming.
Everyone talks.
All right. You lead them up this circular staircase that opens onto a landing that has a variety of rooms with very distinct doors. There are some that are dark and almost look like opaque grates to a evil dungeon. There's one that is this beautiful sort of flowery door with this gorgeous rainbow-colored snake head for a handle. And then off to the left, a couple doors down, you see the probably the least interesting of the doors. It is just a traditional hardwood in a beautiful sort of cherry maple that is just sort of a very traditional door to a library. And as you enter, you see stacks and stacks and stacks of books and rows of shelves of books all around sort of this room that has a variety of different pathways out of it. It feels, for those of you who are arcanely attuned, as if you've entered a room that has arcanely made itself larger on the inside. There are ways in and out of here that are much deeper than you could have guessed from the outside of this building.
Are the books all smut?
You can go look at one if you'd like.
Yeah, I want to look at them.
Yeah, you go up and you try to grab a book off the shelf and you realize that there's no book. It's just purely fake spines on the wall.
Oh, it's like a set.
Yeah. And you see around some of the corners of these shelves there are beds, and there are curtains that can be pulled for privacy and things. And some of these bookshelves have like little notches that look like they can be opened to, carry the implements of a pleasurable night. And there's another staircase that leads up to the second floor of this balcony. And along this balcony, there are 5 doors. And as Teller leads you up this balcony, he takes you to the middle door, which says Studio C on it. And as you enter, there's a beautifully lit, almost a boardroom. There's a table in the middle with chairs and a gorgeous fireplace on one side. There are books on the mantelpiece of this fireplace that do look like they might be real books.
The first book.
Yeah. This looks more like a functional room and less like a sex room, but it is a brothel, so could be both.
Yeah.
And you sit down
All
and
rooms are
Blacklight.
functional.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
rather quickly, there's a soft knock on the door as a young woman who you've never actually met before comes in and just is very quietly placing. There are these 3 magical trays floating behind her, and she kind of picks the tray up off of the unseen servant and places them down. A spell you're very familiar with, a favorite of your father's. And she places these 3 trays down. There's one that's sort of a teas, coffees tray that has little like mini bar bottles of liquor on it.
Nice.
And then there's these 2 trays of food, one warm, one cold bagels, just a variety of munchables.
So, like, small bottles of liquor, like little like.
Yeah, she puts
hotel-
down like hotel.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's the like brothel's way of trying to get you to have one drink
Yes.
and being allow.
Yeah.
When you put down a full bottle, people can
Yes.
get a little too ridiculous too quickly. But if you have to open each bottle, you think a little bit more about it. And
Depending on the day.
yeah, depending on the flight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the flight. Good pull.
I flew first class for the first time from Vegas to New York.
Good for you.
The waitress or the stewardess just at the gate just upgraded me, and I sat down and they were like, "Do you want a drink?" And I was like, "Oh, like juice or something." She was like, "Oh no, like you're in first class, you can have as much liquor as you want."
Yeah.
Dangerous. It was like 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I drank Dewar's from 9 a.m. for like a 5-hour flight. I just was drinking. And I landed in New York at like 11:30. Or no, it must have been like 4 because the time zone goes the other way. I was so hammered trying to get out of LaGuardia and back to Brooklyn. I was like, I'm really interested. But yeah, so you're in this boardroom. It's just the 5 of you. This woman she doesn't say anything. She like puts her trays down and just like kind of bows and like walks out.
Ben says, "Thank you."
Yes, thank you, dear.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, cute. Cal just smoothly pours a little bit of tea in one of the cups, and with one hand takes the cup, and then between 2 fingers gets 2 of the mini bottles all in one hand, and
Nice.
flops near the fireplace, and just like one of them and pours it into the tea, and then just takes it.
Showing the skill of a 75-year-old.
Yeah. This is what I spent my time on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harvest is definitely already downed a ball, like one of the whatever one was first.
And he's kind of just like looking
Yeah,
at the fire,
literally.
letting people do their thing for now.
Darrett grabs onto the chairs and pulls it over to the fire with you and is just sitting there. He is drinking just a little bit of
Sitting on his
coffee.
box, like.
Yeah.
I take the second one, just like hold it out in front of them,
Ben,
I'm all right.
back on my pinky finger.
Ben grabs one, and as he's opening it, he sort of says loudly to the room, but more like looking at Teller. So what do you make of what happened just now at the temple? Anything like that in your stories?
You just hear, which
Well.
part from the fire?
Well, there are many, many stories of puzzles and dungeons and people needing to unlock things, and I believe that was one such ritual that we took place in. the idea of the 3 moons, and we've talked about how the 3 of you, well, we haven't talked, but each one of you seemed to be connected to a different one of them, and I just kind of pieced it together and thought, well, that's probably what this is. Interesting, Solinari speaking through Ho. That is something I was not expecting.
That seems like that Solinari is getting stronger. You spoke to him in a dream, but that was, I don't think we were dreaming.
I think it makes sense. I mean, from what we've seen in Vogler, with people giving their praise and their recognition of Solinari is generating a sort of power, especially in Ho. I think Ho is a great example of that.
It's interesting because I will admit I don't know a lot about, the gods and what caused the cataclysm, but I will have to go do some research on the matter, because if they are all back in earnest and here to stay, that is definitely something interesting that we need to look into. Or, alternatively, something which I've thought is they're only back because Takesis is back, and they're there to fight and stop Takesis, and then afterward hide away again, which is...
I mean, I still think the more historically and religiously equipped we are, the better we can do.
Absolutely. And that's
agree.
great. I also would love to go see what this business is with Lord Soth and that keep. Undead are around. The undead and the supernatural and, things to do with the ethereal plane and necrotics, all that also is quite related to gods, but only purely because necrotic is the opposing force of divine. It's all very interesting, and there's a lot of things which I don't quite have the answers to yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it seems that one of the most pressing things, there's a lot of pressing things, but one of the major things that we have to focus on is we have to get the gods back in the good favor of the people. And we also have to figure out how this army was able to move from Sylvanesti all the way to Vogler without anybody raising an alarm. And also Lord Soth is potentially still alive, and we don't know for sure, but I think there's a strong suspicion that Martin took Becklin there. And if there's necromancy about, then I don't want to see
something.
Becklin's. I don't want to see Becklin treated that way.
No.
Or she deserves better than that.
Absolutely.
I guess what I'm saying is I feel like there's so much to be done.
There is. There's a lot of angles to think about.
And we have more questions than answers.
Absolutely. What's up? You've seemed off all day.
I just found out. God's talk. My father's alive. Something's not right with him. Necromancy's not as bad as it seemed, but it also is. I don't know, I got a lot going on in my brain, I think. I'm alright, though. There's just a lot of information.
Is there a way for you to simply speak with your father, or do you have to go to him?
Oh, he should have been able to long ago. I don't know why he didn't message me. I don't know why I didn't do anything. But now with Wyhan saying something's up, would I have any powers of deduction here to be like...
Do you have a spell that you can send to him?
I can't send from that far, no. I can message, but not a full sending, yeah. Fuck.
So it seems we also have answers in Quolinesti then, maybe.
We must. If anyone knows
question.
anything of what happened to Sylvanesti firsthand, my father would know.
Roll an Arcana check for me.
Sure. Don't let me down. Nice.
I saw it hover on that 3 for a second.
I almost
saw you like...
Arcana is it's under A, Rob. 21.
You grow slightly concerned because you piece together 2 pieces of information that you know.
Yeah.
One is that Wyhan said something happened not specifically to your father, but to the mages of Sylvanesti. And because you are not quite there yet, you know the level of spell that it takes to send messages across the plains, right? The the last message you got from your father was
before
what was in the period between when the war was losing pretty badly and when the dragon orb was used, when the tampered dragon orb was used. And so you are you're not sure, but you get the vibe of like there's something going on.
In such a of magic happening all at once would
You don't know.
okay.
But yeah, you're piecing together a connection between the fact that you haven't heard from him since.
She
is
said,
odd.
and she said the mages of Sylvanesti, which is specifically those working in Sylvanesti, not mages around the world.
No, because you're fine.
Because I'm fine. And the mages of Sylvanesti, I know this, they all robes, right? Or Sylvanesti specifically prefer Solinari, right? Or the white robes and maybe red.
No, there are mages of all
kinds.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Good.
Most of the black robes in Sylvanesti would be more studious,
Okay.
less practitioners of necromancy and more practitioners
Theoretical
of,
and
and also the dismantling of, right? There's a lot of undead presences in the world, and people who are experts in those fields are valuable in those situations. It's why Waihan is stationed in Kalamon, so close to Dargard Keep.
Do I know, and this might be just, I don't know, maybe too meta for historically of him, but do I know were any of the mages in Sylvanesti members of the 21 in the Council of High Sorcery? The ones that like...
Well, yeah, your father.
Yeah, he's one of them.
There's a number of the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's panicking. Okay, yeah. When you said he's off, there's even more than you would probably see. Is genuine worry. You haven't seen him this, like, the puzzle pieces are clicking, and was there more? Or that's kind of it? Yeah, no, he's almost mumbling to himself by the fire before you addressed him, and continuing that train of thought, and I'll relay that. I'm like, if mages in Sylvanesti are, something's going on with their magic and they're losing potency and power, if they can't send messages, if they can't do anything, that means maybe even half of the High Council of the 21 have no magic. You know them.
You know of them.
Of them.
Yeah, but when addressed like you know them, tell us like, yep.
You know Bob and Telly and all the other ones.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, so
I mean, you would know stories of them just because some of them are, 300 years old.
Yeah, sure.
There have been some epic clashes involving the mages of high sorcery.
So what?
They like to involve themselves in things.
So what part of the world then is using such powerful necromancy? What mages are still capable of doing so if half of Sylvanesti or all of Sylvanesti has been...
Well, you said you weren't affected, so whoever's not there...
must have happened in the city.
Maybe it has something to do with this, with what's happening in Nightland with Lord Soth. I mean, maybe some of these things are connected. I mean, obviously it's a jump, it's a reach, but maybe whatever's happening in Nightland and this necromancy and this army transporting across the world, seemingly, maybe it's all tied in together.
You don't think they're also trying to get rid of every magic user?
It would make their attacking easier.
And maybe they're trying to just get rid of anything that's a threat.
I know that there's a whole, like, the mages of the Black Robes, they, like, study necromancy, right? So if Lord Soth is trying to, like, build an army, then taking out people that were kind of almost working against him or would know how to move against him would be beneficial.
Speaking of necromancy,
I mean, just thinking about it, like, if we're dealing with someone who hasn't been around in 350 years, the only people I can think of who live that long are your people. I don't know if that's relevant, but...
More commonly elves, yes.
But speaking of necromancy, there was undead presence underneath the graveyard.
What?
When I was looking for the temple and I was sort of trying to channel Solinari's magic, I was picking up hints of undead magics coming from beneath our feet.
So like the graves or like
that
catacombs?
Should be dead or not dead is what you're saying. And yeah, second that question.
Well, from the graves, yes, I think, and it would suggest to me at least that things that are supposed to be dead are not maybe necessarily dead, or are maybe in the process.
Or
of
why
something.
hands fucking around.
Normal? Is there
Let's fuck around.
is it like sometimes people like ghosts and shit is like, you know,
Picking up
people
undead.
who have died and get put in graveyards, is there just sometimes they just
Roll a religion check. For me.
become like undead?
Undead magic.
Yeah, do they just
Yeah.
need to turn over on their shoulder to sleep better? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Piss. 7.
Can I also roll a religion check on this to see if it's something that like I would have picked up
Sure. Yeah.
passing dead bodies before in Vogler?
Did you
or...
hear a help? Get me out!
Ooh, religion? That's a 17.
Okay.
Thank God.
You're not really familiar with the dead. You're so focused on life. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
It's not really your purview, but there's something about a graveyard where it's not like you only pick up zombies that have been animated for combat, right?
Right.
It is a sense of the undead in terms of the wider array of what that can mean.
Oh, like-
Ghosts.
It's like divinity in a sense.
Yeah, so you're not sure. Like maybe there are zombies that are in their coffins trying to get up through, 2 tons of dirt, but maybe there's just a lingering presence of divinity in those souls maybe you haven't passed on, or you don't know enough, but it's nothing attacked you.
Right.
It didn't, the gravedigger looked like he's been doing that same job for 90 years. So it
Yeah.
doesn't look like the most
Threat.
dangerous place
Yeah.
in the world. You just, as you were walking across these graves, there were just little sprinkles of the energy of the undead. And you don't know what that means.
Right. I mean, maybe it's just as simple as that, and just lingering bits of the dead, or maybe it's influence from the god of death of some sort, and that if we were there and it's a divine sight for more than just Solinari, maybe that's just the presence of Nuitari,
Or maybe Wyhand's fucking around in the graveyard.
or maybe
Well, maybe
That's
White Hand
what I
is fucking around in the graveyard. Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past
Possibly
her.
so. That's
Carlos
true.
Would not fit it faster to have
Yeah.
better.
She just has a secret undead army at the go.
Friends, tea time, who knows?
Bored.
Yeah, but there's a
Should I open this?
It's
I've been
yours.
carrying it around for.
Ah,
It's yours.
yes, absolutely.
And so Derek kind of like puts this box down. I'm assuming you guys have all kind of come around the fire here.
Yeah, tell her it's next to the fireplace.
And
Let's go.
he takes a dagger out of his belt and he like sticks it in the wood of the lid and kind of puts it in a couple of times, popping the lid up. And as he opens it up, there's hay that he brushes off, and there is a breastplate on top of this that is the insignia of the Knights of Slamnia that Becklin had made for him. And if he picks up a letter that he kind of like reads through quickly, and you see these like tears come to his eyes, and he hands you the letter, and it says, Darrett, this Kingfisher Festival marks 3 years you've been my squire. Now, if I'm not telling you this in person, it means that whatever happened went poorly. But if you can find a Knight of Solamnia, you've completed everything I could have ever asked of you, and they could give you your knighthood. Any fully fledged member can do this. You've done everything you need to do. I believe in you. You've been a wonderful squire, and you're going to be an excellent knight. Thank you for everything, and I'm sorry I'm not there to do this in person. Becklin. And he's not even really looking at you. He's just kind of like cradling this armor in his hands.
Oh, that's sweet. Harvest
Help our boy.
does not. Harvest is like, oh, that's, oh God. She like doesn't know what to do the letter and is like just kind of like confused, and I guess I assume because Dara handed it to me that I like continue passing it around. As yeah, it feels like.
And he starts to go through the box a little bit more, and there's bracers and there's greaves, and in the middle, underneath where the breastplate was, just kind of like wedged in on its side because of the way the horns come out of it, there is a helmet with the 2 horns coming out the top.
Sick.
Ben just reads it and he's just like, wait, Harvest, aren't you a knight of Solamnia?
Yeah, why?
Well, this says any knight of Solamnia can knight Derek.
You can knight shoulder, you know.
Oh, is that how they do
I
it?
think so.
I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
You don't have to. You said there's Knights of Solamnia here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
But we are forged in fire together.
Is that another name? Band name? Forged in
my
Fire?
God.
I feel like Netflix would sue us for that one.
Oh yeah, Fortune Fire,
We
yeah.
are forged in fire together. We are Cake Boss.
No. No.
We're the Iron Chef.
We are the Iron Chef.
We are the Iron Chef. So there is some form of spirituality in having us as a unit after all we've been through.
You have your witnesses as well to the knighting.
Darren, I don't like. I mean, I could if like you want me to, but you probably want someone who's done this forever and who's like good at it. It's nice armor.
I'm not sure what I want, to be honest. I don't really feel like I earned this.
Why?
Well, a lot of what I did was run away from the fights that you fought. I don't feel like much of a knight.
Run away.
You ferried people across the river.
You saved lives. I mean,
You saved all of ours.
you did more than I did to earn mine.
I was a squire, and I think I'm a good squire. I don't know that I can be a good knight.
What do you think that means?
Becklin always knew what to do.
That's not because Becklin was a knight. That's just because Becklin's been doing this for a minute. You know what I mean? Like, you don't.
A
Yeah.
whole book on Becklin not knowing what to do. Knowing what to do isn't inherent to knighthood. That comes with time and experience, and a lot of the time, knowing what to do comes from not knowing what to do and being forced into positions. And then you know what works, what doesn't. It's
Or-
about lives lived. And
Or it's
things
doing
tried.
something even if you don't know what to do. You never did nothing. You're either helping us out or saving people, and
I guess, yeah. If it's what Becklin wanted, then maybe I should do it.
But
But
what
is
do
it
you
what
want?
you want?
Ben and Angela just like say it silently and look at each other.
I wanted to be a knight so that I could help people. So yeah, I guess it's what I want, yeah.
And you were a squire and you helped people.
Yeah,
You were already a knight. This is just officializing it.
think of what you could do with this shiny armor.
when Becklin said that before I could become a knight of Solamnia, I'd have to participate in a quest that benefits others, I did not think my quest would be getting all of my people out of the village I grew up in. I didn't think that it would mean losing everything. But I suppose I did it, and I lived, even if she didn't. Most of us did, I guess. If you don't count the Battle of High Hill. It's been a fucked few days, hey?
Aye.
The scary thing about life, whether you're living it or it's taken from you, is that things change and quests are laid before you and challenges, and people can choose to accept them or not. But choosing to accept what is given to you and to fight for what's right and what you believe in, that's what really matters, and that's what makes you a knight, or makes you a wizard, or makes you a scholar, or makes you whatever it is you want to do, is accepting the call when it happens. Whether it be a god reaching out to you, or just an army at your doorstep. You don't choose the quests that you're given. It's just choosing to follow the path.
We've got a lot of gods at our doorstep now, don't we?
They came a knocking.
Hopefully, mostly the good ones. I think you're right. I do want this. I think that I just never pictured that I would have this moment without Becklin there, and it's not that I don't want to be a Knight of Solamnia, but it's that Becklin made me want to be a Knight of Solamnia. And with her gone, it feels just a little bit hollow.
But she is here, and like grabs the note. Like, these are her words. That is her quest. Though that armor there, she put her intentions into it. She wrote this with the intention of you being that. That is her. This is her presence here. We have experienced it ourselves. We went to a grave and we found that there were bodies under who had not quite let go. Life is existence and it's unexistence at the same time. The things that we do ripple throughout everyone we've ever met, long after we're gone. And Becklin is the same. Becklin is in us, in the stories that I've told, in the memories that you share. She is still here, very much so. And she wanted you to do this.
You're right. Just because the world's changed doesn't mean I should stop changing. So, if you'd like to do it, you can, and if not, I can find someone here tomorrow. And I will set off on whatever this next path is going to be for me.
I mean, I've never done it before, but I kind of remember how it goes.
Can we do it here? Like, morally?
Why not?
I've never heard of someone becoming a knight in a brothel before, but...
People become knights on battlefields, and that's far less moral than here.
That's fair.
I don't think it matters where you're a Knight of Solamnia.
Probably in Solamnia is a good start, though.
I mean, people...
Well, I mean, you know, like,
It's the first time Derek's told a joke since Vocalism.
Yeah.
Like, it's like noticeably the first time he's said something remotely funny in days.
Yeah.
And like, when you met him, he was kind of... That's
a
all
goof.
he did.
Yeah.
The drink that Bannon is drinking comes out his nose.
Ow.
like in an anime.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, people come here for safety, protection. That's what I did. That's why I was here. They housed me here, and they kept me fed and safe and warm. They protected me from the eyes of the outside. People come here for joy and to whittle the days away. I mean, is that not what a knight does? They protect and they keep people safe and away from the eyes of ones that deem to hurt them. I personally don't see a better place than here.
All right. Harvest, do you want to do this, or?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, get your helmet out.
Okay, and he takes out the helmet and he kind of holds it.
Um,
Becklin never told me what the next part of this process
No,
was.
yeah, it's totally fine. So just you kind of like one knee. You get on one knee.
Okay.
And
he gets down.
you hold the helmet under your arm, and
Teller pulls out the lyre and then starts playing a tune on it to make this moment like more.
The three of you, I want you to roll an insight check.
An insight check. What for? 18. I'm really like a beast today.
Plus 3, 12.
10.
You are watching this, and you just get this moment of you really don't know if Harvest knows what she's doing. Right. No one else really notices. Everyone else kind of goes along with it. But Bannon has this moment looking at Harvest where he's like, I think she's making this up as she goes.
I mean, yeah. I mean, would it be less official if she makes it up? Like, it's fine.
You don't know.
Okay.
You know nothing. You've maybe met a Knight of Solamnia in your time before Harvest, but like the Knights of Solamnia that you know are Becklin and Harvest, and that's it. Like,
I would love to take some liberties with the roleplay thing here.
okay.
Stop me if you think this is ridiculous. But
Stop.
okay. Bannon is like looking at this and sort of like puzzling over Harvest's awkwardness as he's sort of like fiddling with one of the wood carvings that he's made around his necklace. And as he does, he sort of like strikes the amulet around his neck as well, and his eyes light up for a second.
Okay.
And an avatar of Becklin appears silently in the room, over Harvest's shoulder.
With what?
Just an avatar of Becklin. Just like her visage, and just like she's in the room.
So you're beseeching Solinari to aid you in this.
Solinari is basically bringing the comfort of a familiar face. Because, like, Bannon's hearing the sadness of...
Roll a religion check for me as you
Your best one.
silently reach out to your god for a moment of divine intervention.
It's a 9.
You don't quite manage to connect
Darn.
with Solinari enough to pull forth an image of Becklin in this room.
I love
right
the
now.
idea, yeah, but
I was like, if you have a spell or something, I'll let you do it. But
Well, this is I felt that would be like
I intend to, like, flavor my Toll of the Dead is that an avatar of somebody who I've lost but made, like, one of these things for appears and aids
if you would like to
fight.
cast Toll of the Dead on Harvest to do this, I will allow it.
How?
Can I cast Toll of the Dead on the sword?
Nope. If you would like to have an image of Becklin arrive in this room magically,
No.
It's not enough damage. You guys are full health.
I'll be fine.
I mean, I don't know if
You've never used a spell before, right?
I've never used this.
Do you even know if it does damage? Like, does Bannon know if it does
Bannon
damage?
know?
No, he has no idea.
All right, then roll an attack roll for me as you cast Toll of the Dead on Harvest.
It's not an attack roll, it's a wisdom save.
Make a wisdom
Oh,
saving throw.
great.
Well, actually, you can choose to fail if you'd like, but you see Bannon's eyes light up white, and you feel this effect hit your mind.
Yeah, I think that
But
she's...
the spell is cast, and if the Harvest makes the wisdom save, takes no damage.
Oh, but the spell still gets...
It's
Cast.
Cast.
Yeah,
Spell's
it would
cast.
still get
All right, roll. Yeah, so you can choose to fail. It doesn't matter.
I got a wisdom save of 14?
That is meets it, beats it.
Beats it. So you feel this weird. You see Bannon's eyes light up as he clutches his symbol, and you feel this weird effect hit you as the image of Becklin appears above you while you are going through this ceremony. What is the ceremony to enter the Knights of Solamnia that Harvest puts our boy Darrett through?
Our boy.
That's, a great question.
He's kneeling in front of you on one knee with a helmet under his arm.
Harvest is, like, a little sweaty. Like, similar to how she looked trying to give a speech for the funeral, but worse.
Now with responsibility.
Yeah. Darrett, you have been chosen to join the Order of the Knights of Solamnia. Do you choose to accept this responsibility?
I do.
Then you repeat after me. A Solaris Oath Mythos.
Es Solaris Oath Mythos.
No, that's it. My honor is my life. That's it.
Oh, I'm a knight now.
Yeah. You just
Tell him his behind, and he's like, do that thing with the sword when you put it on the shoulder.
I've never seen that before. I don't think they did it in mine, but yeah, sure.
ritual.
Es Solaris Oath Mythos. And
Es
I like
Solaris Oath Mythos.
take my sword and I like tap each shoulder. And like, yeah.
Awkward knighting, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
What? How do I choose my order?
I believe you have to level up. He doesn't have to flip a coin, does he?
You'll have to speak to one of each of the members of the sword, the crown, and the rose. I'm of the sword, and it is basically that you will protect those that can't do it for themselves. And when we take you tomorrow to go for to meet the rest of the knights, you'll speak to someone of the crown and you'll speak to someone of the rose, and they'll tell you what.
I think I'm gonna pick the sword.
I recommend that one. Although who knows what Becklin would think. But
Becklin knew I wanted to protect people. I don't think she'd be surprised.
then you'll speak to a member of the crown and you'll speak to a member of the rose, and then if you still choose a sword, you come back to me and I will accept you.
All right, sounds like a plan.
And then it's done.
All right. That was short.
Cheers!
And you see, when you say cheers, he's like, oh, yeah. And he goes over and he grabs a little bottle of liquor. And, like, for the first time, you see Darren, like, drinks.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's good.
Yeah, you get used to it. It's, yeah.
Well, is there a room where I can go try this on?
Yes, of course. Until like leaves and then like grabs the nearest person. Is like, is there like a free room near us that we can just get changed?
Yeah, Studio 2's free.
Thanks so much.
And so
Great.
Darrett's gone for like 10 minutes. And
Yeah.
he like comes back into the room and he's got his armor on. It fits perfectly. Like Becklin knew his measurements.
Yeah.
But he also like doesn't have all of the underclothes that are like proper for it. Yeah. So he's just wearing like his regular day-to-day clothes with the armor on top. And he just has like a breastplate, these like shoulder pauldrons, these like bracers and greaves. And he's just like
A little bean.
Oh, who
look.
is that gallant knight come to save us all? Who is
It's
that?
Darrett. And he puts his helmet on for the first time and he just is like hands on hips like
Yes. Oh, marvelous.
It fits great.
I'm just surprised it fits at all.
Yeah, Becklin knew what she was doing.
She usually did. Unless she didn't. I'd like to read that book someday. Not right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's around here somewhere.
I like Becklin the way I remember her for now, but I think one day I'd like to know her better than that, if that makes sense.
Of course it does.
So, I'm gonna go to bed.
Very good.
Oh.
It's a very rational thing to do. It's
It's
like
been a long 2 days of travel and rituals and gods, and I'm gonna go to bed.
You're gonna have to spend another 10 minutes taking that off.
Yeah. I realized how tired I was about 30% of the way through this.
That is absolutely.
And then I went, I have to finish, and then I'm going to have to do this again. And I realized it might be the end of the day for me. That whiskey, that was about the
It's
last
hard.
bit of energy I had.
Well, and you haven't eaten much, so if you might want to lie down.
Am I tired or am I hungry?
Probably
Yes.
both.
He grabs a bagel and like another bagel, and then he like leaves the room. He's like, I'm going to go find the basement. Goodbye.
and people will say, "There goes Darrett, the protector of the people."
What an absolute marvel.
They
Happy
call
for him.
Darrett, the protector of the people, but what do they call us?
Alive.
Well, I have a few names.
Well, I've been thinking about this exact thing.
Okay, so I liked the Emissary of the Fates earlier. I thought that was very fun.
Emissary.
I do also have Ruffles and Cleavage, but this was from the first time that we met. I just jotted it down
was
because I thought it
good.
was funny.
Good memory.
It was a word I heard God say out of game.
It just moved through me. Queer as Carp, because that carp was called a queer as carp, and I thought that was very funny.
It's a good word.
And then I have the nobles and the gurgles are the two that I wrote down. So we have
gurgles.
we have 5 to brainstorm, and then we can it's a jumping off point.
I don't feel much like an emissary, but
I feel like we're like a story that's being told. Like a song of sorts.
Well, the Fated Four.
Fated 4 is fun.
I was leaning more towards like the Song of Fate.
We are the Song of Fate.
Well, because
Tell
we're all
you,
tied to
sing.
we're all tied to these moons in some way, which are all related to the gods, and
The moons
Teller's
are
a
fate.
storyteller, so it all comes together. The Song of the Fates, or the Duel of the Fates.
I know.
Why do you believe anything you say?
That whole time I was trying to get where you're coming from. I was like, what the-
I think we should go and we should drink on it. I think we should go drink on it.
I need a drink after that.
Okay, yeah.
You prick.
And as our party goes to drink their night away, we're gonna go to a break. We will be back in 15 minutes.
Took psychic.
Enjoy the break. Have fun with it. We will be back.
See ya.
And it'll be the next morning.
Aw.
What?
We don't get to roleplay a night of drinking in the
Roleplay like we
brothel?
did last time, yeah.
It'll be the morning. All right, we'll be back in a bit.
Bye.
welcome back to us. I saw you guys talking in the chat while we were having our little break, getting some coffee, taking a literal piss. Dropped some names in the chat that they like. Mark Davies was saying the chosen few, because few can be anything between 3 and 9 people. Very funny. Dezaldin made that joke.
That's actually really funny.
Dezaldin also brought up because Teller kind of feels like a bright and shiny person. They could be the 3 moons and the sun.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty sick.
And Illuminati was also brought up.
Can we
We are the Illuminati. I would love that. I'll be
just
honest.
restart
We're
the Illuminati.
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 No.
This world's version of the Illuminati is the Illuminati.
Well,
That just sounds like moon and naughty. Like,
3 moons.
I mean, that doesn't not describe
when
you guys.
making Teller, I really wanted to hit the sun as an iconography because I knew that the 3 of you were moons.
oh, okay.
So 3 moons in the sun is fun.
What if we just like...
It's just yeah.
It's a bit
It's
long.
a mouthful.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of that.
Eclipse, because it's the sun and
What about
moon.
Eclipse with a Z?
Wait, why?
Eclipse?
It's very 90s to just put a Z at the end of a word.
Yeah.
But there's no E. It's ECLIPZ.
Yeah, and the Z is like big and like cuts
Yeah.
across the
Yeah.
lettering.
Kind of like it.
Just Eclipse?
We're Eclipse. Like, that's like our name.
Total eclipse of the heart.
Every now and then I was falling and
Before we kill each of our enemies, we just go, turn around.
I mean, you literally are bright eyes.
Bright
I am bright eyes.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh my god, are we totally
Are we
Eclipse the heart?
eclipse? Okay.
Totally
What about like
Total eclipse.
what about triple eclipse?
Triple eclipse.
Because there's 3 moons.
There's 3
Yeah, triple
moons.
eclipse.
And then that involves
And
3
what
moons
about
and a sun because
triplicts?
you have to have
You have to
all
have the
4
sun to
things.
make it.
Triclips.
Triplets.
The lunar triplets. This is the conversation that's happening at
This
the
is
bar.
all
You
in
know,
canon.
yeah, triple
I think that-
eclipse.
I think that
Triple eclipse.
we should totally be the Illuminati.
How much have you had?
Only 2.
Yeah, but like
what?
Only 2.
two like this. Like these
They're bigger than your head
They're the
last.
size
They
of
come
your
in
face.
pints.
Bannon,
I
just
need
like
one.
upstairs, Bannon keeps being like, I want something with God. And we're like, I don't want anything with God.
my God,
Quit with
get-
the God stuff.
Stop with God
Get
stuff.
the divine out of here.
The
We
gods
get
have
it.
their
You're-
own god shit. You know, we gotta have something for us.
The alliance of the Astral Alliance.
What about
That sounds so formal.
So
Like
formal.
we're part of the government or something.
Divine Night?
Like night with a K or
No, night with an N.
like it's a divine night. Like an holy night.
Oh, holy.
Jackson like stumbles
Holy
over with the tiger. He's
night.
like, "Would you say the stars are brightly shining?" And then he just walks away.
This is one liner and fucks off.
Here's Jackson when we were like, do we want to go to Constellation? And Jackson was like, no, I don't want to go. And then we just see him walking around in the background.
Oh, I
Like,
thought you guys had left to go to a different bar. I didn't realize you were.
Jackson's got a hood on.
Jackson
got a
is
big
there.
mustache. The
You
Groucho
see
Marx glasses. on the nose.
The madame comes over and she's like, "Did someone just come this way?" And you see Jackson over her shoulder, be like, and he disappears into another room.
Oh my god, Jackson has fucked everyone.
I'm not saying that he's had sex with all of these people. He just has a history.
He just loves
Okay.
I don't know.
They did
I-
something.
I wanted to know
really,
a picture
really
of Ron
liked-
Swanson as Jackson. Just so
I really, really
Oh
liked.
my god. Wait, before we get fully into this, David B just dropped a super duper chat,
Oh
a
my
pink bad boy
God.
in the chat. They asked a off-topic question. But for that much, yeah, sure. Are the
Yeah.
actors Dermot Mulroney and Dylan McDermott the same person? If not, which is your favorite actor? Is it Dylan McDermott or Dermot Mulroney?
I don't know who those
We're
people
not going to
are.
derail the show for too long. Thank you so much, Super Chat. That's so
Thank
kind.
you.
But very quickly, you have to choose someone.
Who are they?
Dermot Mulroney.
You look them up?
No, you guys know who these people are. They're
No,
the
I
same
don't.
person. You have to choose Dermot or Dylan.
Dermot or Dylan?
Dermot Mulroney or Dylan McDermott.
What were they in? Please give me some context.
So many things that I can't even begin.
Just because I hear Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice, Dylan.
Dylan McDermott.
Dylan, you son
All right,
of a
we have one
bitch.
for Dylan.
I'm gonna go
Dylan.
Dermot just to be different.
That's the correct
you.
answer.
Then Dylan.
Well, you can't say that's
That's
the
the wrong
correct
answer.
I go Dylan McDermott.
All right, well, I'm a Dermot Mulroney boy.
Thank you.
He looks like Ross.
He does look like David Schwimmer.
Schwimmer?
I'm a big believer that Dermot Mulroney is like one of my favorite actors.
Oh, fuck! You're right, he's in everything.
Yeah, literally
Who
everything.
that is.
I don't know if I've ever seen him in anything.
Yeah, me
He's
too.
in.
That's not Dermot Mulroney. That's
Prac-
Dylan McDermott.
This is Dylan McDermott. He's in The Practice, Pugsby and a Wallflower, Olympus Has Fallen,
it's-
Miracle on 34th Street.
The remake, though, not the original.
Yeah, he's the husband to
Yeah,
be.
no, I don't know.
He was like, you know.
And then Dylan McDermott is in a billion things as well, and is one of my favorite actors.
Is he Palpatine?
Dermot Mulroney, I mean, no.
Ian
that's
McDermott.
Ian McDermott. All right, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's get back
Thank
into the
you.
game.
McDermott.
You all wake up.
What do you like? Total Eclipse?
Oh,
Triple
Total
Eclipse?
Illuminati?
We didn't
Which
wake up
one?
yet.
Do we like
I
flip
like-
a coin?
I like Triple Eclipse.
What is your thoughts on that?
I like Eclipse. I have a
You don't like the triple?
I don't love the
Don't
triple.
like it?
That's fair. That's
Total Eclipse, then.
Tell you what, we have a good. We need to walk to the place. It's a big hill.
What about trio clips?
I was gonna say, what is there a triclips? Is that a real word?
Triclips?
That
Like a
sounds like
tricycle?
we've got 3 eyes, though.
Triclips.
Triclips is actually a very popular barbershop in the poorer part of Kalaman.
Triclips. Yeah.
I thought you were actually gonna be like
Yeah.
real world poll.
No.
It was not.
Is there a?
We could just be
I get my hair cut
Illuminati.
at Great Clips, so
It could just be Illuminati. What about the
not the
Moonshiners?
Shiners.
Yeah, no, I don't like it anymore. The
Once
first
again,
time I heard it,
that
I was like, yeah, but
excludes the non-moonful. of
He's the
us.
Shiner.
You're the shiner. So we're the moon. You're the shiner.
yeah, but
guess.
some people call that a black eye, and I don't
That's
think
true.
that is like cute.
It's just stupid.
Astral Eclipse? I really like the word astral.
I like Astral.
I do.
Astral Illuminati.
I feel like at that point we need to just be Illuminati.
the Illuminati.
You haven't given.
Moonanati.
You're very quiet on the topic of team names. You haven't given any.
I'm not as creative as you bunch.
Well,
That's not true.
Get on
Put the
that.
staff behind your back. and
But there's
you
nothing-
Oh my god, that's a disguise self, man.
That's not creative.
I did it one time.
One time, let me just disguise
Is there-
myself as
I was
something smarter.
Is there
I was
anything that's
inspired.
jumping out at you, like a name that you're like, that's the one?
Or a word.
Because whenever we get excited about a name, you're always like, eh.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah, because
on
he's
board.
the balance. He's the fucking
Yeah,
middle ground. He
I'm
doesn't
in
pick
between.
sides.
Exactly.
Neutral tapes.
I'm a neutral type.
Fuck
Thank you
off.
very much.
We're more common than you think.
I'm a neutral.
Yeah.
We're neutral together.
Well,
The neutral Eclipse.
Neutral eclipse.
I don't know. I like
you know what?
Astral.
In the
I like
morning we got a
Astral.
long
I love
walk
the word
I like
to the
Eclipse.
meeting.
I didn't like them together.
No.
But it's, and I like the Eclipse. I don't like Triple, but I like Eclipse.
Okay, so you hear a banging on the door that you guys are in.
Stop, I'm
And-
trying to sleep!
Come in. Darrett walks in,
Oh,
looking like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
As he's like-
fucking crazy. Opens the curtains and it's like,
You all take a point of exhaustion.
No!
As you spend the entire night,
no, we didn't.
no one slept.
We spent 5 minutes.
Hey, we need 4 hours.
It was the alcohol. You guys didn't realize that you were up all night trying to come up with a name. And he's like,
I
so
call bullshit.
are you guys...
I'll take it.
Oh, you guys are dressed. You're ready to go to the meeting?
What time is it?
Do I have 2 points of
7:30?
exhaustion
Yeah, Cal turns
again?
around and you just see like crow's feet for fucking.
God.
I said we were going to come back from break in the morning, and it's morning. I tried to let you guys go to sleep. You did not want to.
What if that
And
was
so
just-
this
what
is where
if
we
that
are.
was just-
feel about the
It was a dream. It was a dream.
How do you feel about the eclipse for a team name for us?
Just the eclipse?
Eh.
It's simple, I guess.
All right. Well,
Didn't like that.
I
feel
don't
like-
like that.
I feel like
I don't
you-
like
I-
people thinking, oh, they must be simple.
I feel like you need an adjective.
Like a thing before.
I feel like a name is like an adjective and a noun.
You got anything? You're like an honorary one of us.
The honorary eclipse.
Well, I appreciate
Honorary
that.
eclipse.
Unexpected eclipse.
We're in the land of Kryn, right?
That's the planet we're on.
Kryn's eclipse.
That's some
whole
word.
planet.
Crin's
Crin's
eclipse.
Crin's eclipse.
Kaka.
Crin's eclipse.
Kryn's eclipse.
Sounds like a disease.
It does.
Oh,
I
okay.
got
Alright.
Crin's eclipse. Oh, you're poor thing. You have
Crin's
the
Kryn's
lungs.
eclipse.
So should we go to the meeting?
Yeah, we'll go to the meeting.
Fine.
Yes.
Yeah, we can talk about it on the way.
Dragons
Hunger.
eclipse because we're fighting dragons.
We're fighting dragons. This is on the walk.
Yeah, you guys
yeah.
are like walking. Darrett is fully in his armor,
Yeah.
but he still does
Absolutely.
not have the underclothes, so he looks a little
Totally.
ridiculous,
Incredible.
but it's charming.
What about the Eye of the Moons?
Yeah, I was gonna say I like something about that sun and the moons, like the sun's moons.
Yeah.
Mark Davies in the chat is this passerby who just is like, have you tried lunar conjunction?
Wait, this person's name is just Mark Davis in chat.
Yeah, that's his name.
Mark Davis in chat.
Mark
As they
Davis?
go by, oh hey Mark.
In chat.
No, it's Mark Davis. His first name is Mark Davis.
Mark Davis.
And
And then
in
his
chat.
last name is
In
in chat.
Mark,
Yeah.
Mark Davis in chat. Good
Yeah.
to see you again.
He was great last night.
Lunar conjunction.
Yeah, you guys remember you partied pretty hard with Mark Davies in chat. Yeah. Things got wild around 3-4
It
a.m.
was fun last night. Mark Davis in chat.
I feel like there's gonna be
Yes.
a whole bunch of people like the in chat siblings who are just
Yeah,
It's
there's
a really
family.
popular surname in Kalmar.
They're actually all like extended family. Like they've just been around
it's
for
like
a long
Jones
time.
in Wales. Like
Yeah.
everyone is called in chat. Yeah.
I do love Mark
Suns,
Davis in
moons,
chat.
or the moon's suns.
I like, yeah, the sun's moons or
Suns, moons, or the moon's suns.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, we have like a silent understanding.
Yeah, no, I like the moon and the sun's imagery because it's us.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh look, we've made it to the bottom
We're
of the
literally
rock.
outside the door.
That was the fastest fucking walk I've ever taken in my
We've
goddamn
still gotta
life.
go up this fucking hill. We're not
Okay,
quite
so we
there
have still
yet.
time. Okay.
I'm trying to insinuate that time is passing
No,
in
this
this
is
walk
great. I love
by
that-
pointing out the landmarks
I
of.
don't know. I
Of
still
course.
think that it's a bit of a mouthful. I kind of just like the one words.
Just the one word.
Eclipse.
Eclipse.
It encapsulates it
Eclipse
all.
is
It's
sun,
simple.
it's moons.
And people could be like,
So
"But
you don't
don't
want an
like it, though.
adjective.
And we could just be
What?
like,
You're not
I like
walking.
eclipse. I'm floating.
we can just look at people and be like,
Floating.
Yeah, like they're all going like this. I'm just like hovering behind them somehow.
it's like, you know,
We could
we're
be the
walking
late
place.
eclipse.
The late eclipse, what we're about to be.
Taking inspiration.
That's really good. Wow.
Well done. Well
That's the
done.
first joke you've made
Well
that
done.
wasn't a pun or a reference to something in the
Lord of
real
the
world, so I'll give it to you.
Really fucking good. Oh,
Okay.
we're about to.
Oh my
But I
god.
mean,
Good
you
for
know,
you.
if we walk in and then they're like, oh, well, who are you? And then we can just be like, we are Eclipse. And Ben like stops walking for a second to have like this like dramatic moment. We are Eclipse, and his hair billows.
By him just going.
Prestidigitation. I like it. I like Eclipse.
Yeah.
But do you like
I
Eclipse?
do like eclipse. I just didn't like triple eclipse.
You
or
don't like
whatever the fuck
triple
it-
Eclipse.
yeah.
What are your feelings on just Eclipse?
I just think that it doesn't sound like a team name. It just sounds like a word.
a thing.
That
But
happened, right?
yeah, like
What
it's
happened?
like we're
Eclipse?
talking about an eclipse, but like
But also
in the history books that Teller's
Also, we
gonna
have
write,
3
you
moons.
know,
There's a lot of eclipses
there's a
here.
lot of eclipses. They're pretty common, so it just should be
The
like
moons eclipse each other.
yeah,
Maybe that's why we go back to total eclipse.
total
So it's like all
eclipse.
3 of them are converged upon the sun.
We are the total eclipse. Yeah.
The total eclipse. Are we adding a the now?
Well, I don't
Those
know.
changes
What's the
everything.
term
Total
when
eclipse.
stars align? Is it called
I
convergence?
think it's called
It is called
retrograde.
convergence,
It's
yeah.
called convergence.
Retrograde.
Something in that.
We are convergence. Everything lines
It sounds like a tech company. I don't like it.
What's
What's
a
this
tech
techie
company?
speak
Yeah,
of?
it's just like swords.
You're still going. Like swords.
Swords and stuff.
And welcome to the new presentation of the new Apple Sword.
Plus
like a-
two.
it's a
Eye
stylus,
shield
but it's-
protects you
Eye
in ways
shield?
that Microsoft shields never could.
Wow. But they don't name drop on purpose. It's like the other guy.
The other, yeah,
Other
yeah.
guys.
Meanwhile, the other guy is like, "We are better than Apple." Mark Davies says the red eye because when there is a total lunar eclipse, it looks like an eye. He's following you up. I think that Mark Davies in chat works at the palace. So he's doing
yeah.
this.
Is he
He's
escort
showing
to
us-
the
Yeah,
power?
Yeah. He's showing us up the
Hey,
pile.
how about like from the back?
Red eyes.
What if we were the
Red eye
The
eclipse.
eclipse of Ansalon, or Ansalon's eclipse?
Is that a god again?
Ansel's the
On
continent.
the continent.
Oh.
Anselon's eclipse.
I'm more
What
open
happens
to it.
if we leave? Then they're like, oh yeah, they're from Ansel.
But
That
here's the
implies that we're
problem
free in
because
darkness.
Anselon is like from the book. Can we put it on a T-shirt?
No.
There we go. That's the problem.
Marcus, what do clothes have to do with this?
I am thinking ahead in terms of
Are you trying to give us some
monetizing our escapades.
You're trying to come up with a merch line for us.
Dragon's
Yeah.
Bane.
We could do, what if you guys are all about gods, right? So what if it's like holy eclipse?
Holy eclipse.
I think Bannon would like that.
Yeah, I'm not a
would like
huge
that.
god guy.
Divine eclipse.
Divine eclipse.
He's all about the god stuff.
Arcane eclipse.
Deity eclipse.
Deity eclipse.
What about arcane eclipse?
Well, all of us would know, wait, were we not chosen to do something now that we figured out that whole...
Chosen eclipse.
This walk to this meeting is now happening in
Fate's
real time.
Eclipse. Eclipse of fate. Fate's eclipse.
Total eclipse of the fate.
And that's our theme song.
Oh boy.
I like Fate's eclipse. It's not bad.
Fate's eclipse is not bad, but it looks like we're eclipsing
know.
over fate as opposed to
We
welcoming
don't
it.
have to tell them a team name right today. You know, like this morning, we don't have to
I
do
know,
it.
I just-
I know this was my idea like 12 hours ago, but I am sick of
What do
it.
you mean? We've stayed up all night. We gotta have something
I know,
to
I'm
show
fucking
for it.
exhausted, and now my willpower of
exhausted. I haven't
team
slept in
names
2
is dying.
days.
I want to fight something.
I have
want
2
to fight
points
something.
of exhaustion.
My exhaustion
It
count.
does take you forever to get up this hill because Harvest is moving at half her speed.
Oh god,
I'm
yeah.
like winded.
Yeah, Bannon it only has Kender's movement speed.
No, it's 30.
It's
You
still
saw 30?
30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're still. It's 15 around, so you guys, like it's a bit of a trek up
It's a bit of a trek, yeah.
this winding path up these
Great. It
cliffs.
gives us more time to talk about team.
Well, yeah.
This is
You
a
like
mess.
like the astral fates?
I like the Astral. I really like Astral, but I just like star-based imagery. I think that's cool.
Why
What if
not
that's the
just
name?
do Astral Eclipse then?
Astral eclipse.
I think I suggested Astral Eclipse.
Garrett's like, I've never gone up a hill in armor before. This
It
sucks.
sucks.
It's really awful.
It's
It's-
terrible.
I
So
saw
I
you
don't
walk
wear
in.
any.
You don't have any of the proper padding. That is gonna cut
Padding?
That's
into.
gonna chafe.
Oh,
yeah.
there's ways to make this not hurt.
You want
Yeah.
some gambeson to.
But
he has been like
Yeah.
taking
Never
damage.
worn armor before.
I've worn like chain shirt before, but I've never
not
worn like a
Like
full
plate,
suit of
like full plate.
I've never worn
Yeah,
a breastplate this heavy before.
We are going up to the place. We'll get you.
We'll get you some.
We'll get you
Yeah.
some stuff.
No.
Oh, do
that-
the Knights of
that-
Slamnia have that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
good,
yeah.
good.
Yeah. They have like their
It-
branded gambeson.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's quite wild to me that Becklin didn't include any.
Yeah. That's
She must have
rude.
known that she wouldn't
It
have
was
had it.
probably a joke. She's trying to be funny.
She probably just didn't think of it. She was like, "This is fine."
Or I maybe she just assumed that I wouldn't just put it on until I was in a
immediately.
proper place for.
yeah,
This one might be on me, you guys. I got a little excited when I woke up this morning to wear my armor for the
Well,
first
it
time.
looks
Looks
good.
great.
So,
it does.
yeah.
You look
Dude.
delicious.
The astral,
Astral
fate.
Eclipse. I like Astral Fates.
The astral eclipse is good.
We'll deal with this later.
As we
Like-
come up to the
You know,
door.
I
Okay,
think
that's a good
we
door.
should decide this over
You
drinks
see,
tonight.
leaning up against the gate of the Castle Calamon, you take a moment to turn around and look out over a site that I'm not sure any of you would have actually ever you've seen before, having been here. I'm not sure that you would have ever actually gone up to the castle. It is a stunning view. Oh, there goes my phone. You're 100 feet in the air, standing on this plateau of cliffs that is surrounded by this city. And in every direction, you can see for miles. It is further than you could see from any other point in anywhere nearby, as you are just above a city in the weirdest way because of this natural formation of stone that made this possible. The Castle Calamon was built here because it is nearly impregnable. The fight up this pathway before the city was built around it, when this was just a fort on top of a hill, it has never fallen, because how could it? What force could possibly climb and fight their way to this point? But it's beautiful. To your north, the Bay of Calamon glitters in the early morning sunrise. The city around you is coming to life, and you can hear the noises of thousands of people beginning their day, moving towards the market square that sits at the bottom of the cliff face that you just wound your way up. the walls stand, but you're above them, and so beyond them you can see these open fields where the forest around Kalman has been pushed back to the far towers, and off to the west where you came from you can see the tower, the Fletching Tower that you came from. You can see the tower that you took a very nude bath next to, and it all is serene in this moment of perspective where you can see the scope of the world that you come from. There is no violence to be beheld. It is just the beauty of nature around you in the morning as the sun rises. And you look over at the door to this gate, and standing there leaning against the wall is Jackson, who's been waiting for you. He's got a cup of coffee in his hand, this little travel mug, and he's like, all right, well, are you guys ready to do this?
Just as we're all looking out over the thing, Ben just sort of leans over towards the others and just like, serene eclipse.
It's not bad.
She's a tennis player I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, I guess no better time. He's kind of falling asleep. No better time than now, right?
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Is there more of that coffee that you drink?
Oh, I got you.
They have a lot inside.
I always have, yeah.
It's pretty stale at this point. She hasn't filled it up in a while.
But it's hitting in the right ways.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how stale it is. That first sip of coffee.
Like nothing else.
As you're brought into the castle, it is a lavish entryway. There are these hanging portraits that are ancient tales of pre-cataclysm heroics that are beautifully displayed on these tapestries that line the entryway. There are these 6 tapestries as you go down this beautiful red carpet that sits right down the center that leads up the stairs to the throne room. But you are not led to the throne room. You are led down a back passage to the right, down a circular staircase that goes deeper into the actual mountainside itself rather than into the castle above it. And Jackson says, we're going to one of the more secure meeting rooms. Some of the stone of this cliff face, it's hard to scry through. So just in case we're not taking any precautions, we got some people came in for this meeting from some other places. Someone from the Emperor and I don't know, some wizard. So yeah, should be interesting.
Big deal.
I'm not sure this meeting's fully about us, just to be honest. But I think they want to know what we know, and then
I think there's more beyond us that's going on.
it seems it's getting a lot bigger than, well, I don't know if it's really that much bigger. It's 15,000 people in that army, right? But there's something going on. I don't know what it is. And as he's leading you down, is there anything you like to do anything you like to talk about before you get into the meeting itself?
Ben at one point would just like say to Jackson and Teller and just everyone, how old is this place? This is incredible.
Well, the castle here is hundreds of years before the cataclysm, so who knows?
And these stories, do we still remember them, or are they just preserved in the walls here?
We have an idea for all of them. Who knows if it's true? I feel like a lot of the truth was lost in the cataclysm, but the meaning was kept. At least I hope so. Because we always won. And so I'd like to keep winning.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah. Yeah. As you get close, you guys can see like the bottom of the staircase starts to level out. There's a series of doors, and as you get onto this final landing, a hand reaches out of one of the doors and taps you on the shoulder, Cal.
Secret.
No,
Not at all.
and you look over, and it's your father.
Are you okay?
Caligaro, I'm glad you're here. I arrived this morning. Can we speak?
Gone. No words. Yes, Dad.
We'll meet you all inside. Thank you.
Ban leans over to Harris.
It's not Cal's dad.
That's the one.
He's so attractive.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
but he does go, Harvest. We should speak later.
Oh.
No, I just mean that I need to speak with my son now. But it is good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. Cheers. I
Cal's
walks into the room.
visibly like suddenly more proper and regal in his father's presence, but also fucking shocked.
I wasn't expecting him to be so attractive.
He's kind of a
He is
fucking asshole.
he is remarkably handsome. He is like if Henry Cavill in The Witcher bathed.
I mean, I would be very happy if he was mean to me.
So he has a tall, very long white hair.
Yeah.
The one thing that you noticed about Erevan, and that Cal you noticed as well, is he has a cane. And he's moving rather poorly. He's limping, and he seems to, his words come out with almost a shortness of breath that neither of you knew from a man who was supremely confident and physically dexterous in every meeting you've had with him. He almost is withered physically. You can't see it on the outside. That perfect sheen of Erevan, is still there, but there's something that is lessened about him that you would only know if you had known him before.
Yeah.
And he gives Teller a look, pulls you into the room, and closes the door behind.
I will try and catch Cal's eye on the way in to be like, just to.
If you do, you just see worry
Okay.
that he saw his father like that.
I don't think Teller says anything, but Teller does put his hand on Cal's forearm, and then I think gives a wink before walking in. I am going to cast Bardic Inspiration on you.
Nice.
For whatever may happen.
Just in case.
Put that here. Your father attacks you.
He's actually a dragon.
Oh my god, again.
Erevan does not. Erevan sees this, and he does not, in any outward way, react to it.
All the weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Until the door closes behind you, and he turns to you, and he just says, "Who is the Qualinesti, and why are you with him?"
That's the first thing you're gonna say to me.
Much is going to be revealed, and some of it I need you to keep secret, particularly from that one. So who is he, and why are you with him?
That one. My god. In spite of everything, you still have your same views on the Qualinesti, huh?
Views that they have made quite real these past few months. It has not been easy, Caligaro.
What happened to you? How are you? Can you, for a second, just shake the bullshit? I haven't heard from you in a year, and you're here in front of me. Are you?
I have not been able to communicate with you in a year.
I know.
When Lork used the Dragon Orb, it had been tampered with by an elf we had previously excommunicated. Did you know Consaldi?
Did I?
Let's.
You know what? Yeah, roll for your history.
Exhaustion.
We'll see if you. Yeah, you're at disadvantage.
Dad, I can't think straight right now.
I think you wouldn't have been close no matter what.
Oh
but-
shit! Nat 20 and a 16 plus what was it? History?
Yeah.
20, dirty 20, with disadvantage.
Right.
damn.
Don't need no bardic inspiration.
You knew Consaldi to be a mage of the Red Robes.
Okay.
Who was a little bit older than you, enough so that you had not interacted with them in any way. But
Student, teacher.
they were a mage. They were neither student nor they had been a student, obviously.
Yeah.
But they had moved on to their own life outside of the education system, and had become rather aggressive in their beliefs about Sylvanesti expansion and about they were a proponent of Sylvanesti using its power to expand beyond the borders of the forest, and really putting a almost a warmongering foot towards the Qualinesti, and towards the other forces on Calamon that it viewed as expansionary in a way that Sylvanesti was not interested in. And their rather aggressive tactics got them excommunicated from Sylvanesti.
Yeah. So practically starting a war between everything around them.
That's what they wanted, and that Sylvanesti was not interested in.
Yeah.
And so they went to seek their own power elsewhere.
Got it.
And he says, Consaldi returned to Sylvanesti in secret and had tampered with the Dragon Orb. When Lork used it, it destroyed the magic of the forest. And for those of us on the edge of that, it did not destroy completely. Even now I feel my weave return to me. It is slow and it is painful, but it is happening. And I will be myself one day. Our lives are long. I'm not overly concerned about that, but it has been a very hard year, Cal. And the Qualinesti have not made it any easier, particularly while we are at our weakest. They do not want us to leave.
They're holding you against your will?
Yes.
I thought they took in all of you as refugees.
Yes, it was an act of kindness that had intent behind it that we did not see at the time.
Like they trade, a barter, a loaded favor?
Yes, exactly. Everything that I have told you about them, they have made quite true to me. My impression of them has not softened in a year of their care. And so I am sorry, but I do not know him. And if it were to get back to certain members of their leadership that we were ferrying our people in secret away from their lands, it could be quite devastating for us. Do you understand?
I understand.
I am sorry that I made it difficult to be a part of our order. I know that that is what you would like to hear.
Well,
But-
if you mean it.
I do. I do. And I am sorry that after your mother's death I became much harder to be around.
I didn't help either.
I know. And unfortunately it took you leaving and some of your friends being rather blunt with me to realize that I have made some mistakes. But Cal, our homeland is gone. We are living under the thumb of a rather oppressive regime. And the people who destroyed our lands are here, attempting to kill my son. I do not see coincidence in that. Are you all right?
Yeah. To answer your question, Tyler's my friend. And someone I've grown to trust, actually, in spite of everything you just said. And
Can you trust him and keep secrets from him at the same time? Secrets that do not impact him.
I mean, we've all, I'm sure, kept secrets from each other at times, but what if it becomes relevant? What if I need to trust my team with everything? They're my people now. Regardless of where they're from, regardless of what they believe, they're doing everything to save people. I've witnessed them completely free an entire town, hundreds of people saved just for what? Reputation? No, this is just from the good of their hearts. So I've grown to trust them, of course, and I know the Qualinesti and the Sylvanesti have had their squabbles, and I've never agreed with either of them, but I don't know. Maybe I just judge people by their immediate actions and not reputation.
Immediate actions can be deceiving.
Yeah, we've encountered that too.
Reputation comes from repeated actions. Be wary of those.
Yeah.
We have to attend this meeting. Mel is okay.
Mel,
I thought you'd want to know that.
how? How did you...
She's injured, but she's solved it.
She would.
Yes.
Smarter than everyone I know. I'm glad she's okay.
She's joined the Black Robes. I'm not telling you that to surprise you. I know you know that already.
It's just official now, I guess.
Yes. She's a prodigy.
Always was.
I'm sorry you've been brought into this. I know you would have rather stayed away, but...
Tell you the truth, I've been regretting how far I've been from all this, Dad. He hasn't called you Dad. He has not called you Dad in a long time. More than anything, I'm glad you're okay. Well,
I will be.
yeah.
I don't think that you are very far from this anymore. And whatever part you have to play, I am glad that you still have your magic.
It's come in handy.
And I'm sure it will again. It is good to see you.
I'm sure we'll catch up more, hopefully.
Let's hope. And he leads you out the door. While this conversation is going on, the rest of you are ushered into a room that has these 5 chairs arrayed on a table that faces sort of this presentory area with a parapet and a few pews. It is a rather stark room. There are these hanging royal blue banners with the symbol of the city of Calamon on them. But other than that, it is rather... it is a uniquely dressed room in that there's no windows. You are deep in the stone. And it is... the group of people is slowly mingling in, most of whom already know each other. And introductions are sort of waiting until the meeting officially begins, so it's not over and over and over and over again. So you guys are just kind of shown to a pew, and you're sitting there with Jackson while this conversation is happening, unless you'd like to do something else. And then you kind of sit there.
Just the elf's name one more time. The one that tampered with
Consaldi.
Consaldi.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was not looking at my paper. Consaldi. Okay, great.
And
It's fine. It's all on the internet to watch later.
I'll just go back and be like, what was his name? Consaldi!
there's a table of refreshments at the back, so you guys can all like grab like a croissant and a coffee.
I refill my coffee. Yeah,
You refill your
refill
flask
it.
of
Yeah.
coffee.
There's like donuts. Like,
Yeah.
There's
There's a lot of Boston creams.
Delicious.
There's a fruit
It's my favorite
tray, but
donut.
It's a good
The
donut.
honeydew is mostly untouched.
Boston was a kender who was a particularly famous chef, and would always put different things inside of the things that he baked as like a prank on people, but a delicious prank.
So
Boston!
Boston, you got me.
so you said
White cream.
it's Boston's cream.
It's Boston's cream. Yeah.
Yeah. God damn it.
It is a white cream. It's sticky, and
It's a bit gooey.
it's like it. He was kind of the pioneer in Ansalon of adding salt to sweet, and so if you have like a salted caramel, you have Boston to thank for that. Yeah, and
Is that a bit of real world lore?
so that is our real world lore
Yeah.
of this game. Yep.
Yeah.
That's not in the module.
Has Boston ever met Timmy and Ho? Or
Boston's been dead for.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah. No.
It's an
People.
old recipe.
Yeah. No one. Yeah. None of you would have met Boston. Boston is like a pre-cataclysm kender.
Yeah.
Who introduced a lot of baked goods that survived the cataclysm.
Noted.
Yeah, one of the few bakers whose name survived the cataclysm.
Ben gets some coffee and then sits back down next to Harvest and Teller, just like, stalwart eclipse.
Stalwart?
The stalwart eclipse. Stalwart eclipse. Eclipse guard. No, I'm back at guard again.
This is what we've been doing the whole
That's what I fucking come back to. Is you
Yeah.
guys still talking about?
Yeah, so you see.
Oh, one of the guards actually suggested SNL for Solinari, Nuatari, and Lunatari,
SNL.
actually.
SNL.
Yeah.
SNL.
But it's
Yeah.
spelled out ESSEN SNL.
SNL.
Astrally aligned.
Live from Lunatarius.
It's Saturday night.
No, there's a different name for Saturday in this
Right,
world.
sorry, it's
Zaldin brings up that dusk happens when the sun and all three of the moons are in the sky. So it could be something.
Dusk related. Twilight.
Okay.
Fuck you.
I mean, Eclipse is the third book, so it's like we weren't that far away,
We
you
don't
know?
want that.
I also
We
didn't
are the
say it as a
breaking
Twilight
dawn.
reference.
We're the new moon. God damn it.
Oh my! The new moon is not bad though.
I know, yeah.
The new moon.
The new moon.
Ooh.
We can't be the new moon because that sounds like one, but it'd have to be like we are new
Well,
moon.
but like like we are collectively the new moon. We're
Yeah,
I
we're
can't believe we're
of
gonna
the
have a
dawn.
Twilight book as our fucking
Nah.
team name.
I did just say Breaking Dawn as well, which I didn't
All of
mean
a sudden,
to.
a new viewer
breaking
comes in and just
breaking
says, Christina,
dusk.
join the chat.
Breaking dusk.
Breaking Dawn.
As we get sued by
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Warner Brothers. Who made those movies?
Someone is ashamed. I
A
don't know.
tyrant.
That CGI baby is a literal crime.
It's bad.
It's so bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. Yeah.
There's multiple crimes. In this.
It's
Yeah.
not. You know what's the worst
Astral
baby though?
Dusk.
Is have you seen American
Astral
Sniper?
Dusk.
The baby-
Astral Dusk.
Shit.
Astral Dusk.
Astral Dusk.
Astral Dusk is pretty cool. It
Yeah.
Astral
sounds
Dusk
hard.
is good.
Yeah, yeah.
Astral Dusk.
Sounds
Shit,
like
you
we're-
like-
Have we got it 2 minutes before the meeting
You,
starts?
you don't feel bad if you get killed by Astral Dusk.
Yeah.
It sounds like
you
a
know.
spell that like
Yeah.
yeah.
It sounds like meteor
pretty
shower,
hard.
That
you know?
eviscerates you.
Yeah.
Astral Dusk. I got hit by an astral
And then at the
dusk.
As you guys
Oh my
like
God.
say this to each other,
I'm at Astral Dusk.
Astral Dusk. No, I like Astral Dusk.
Astral Dusk.
The
as
story
you-
of the Astral Dusk.
Someone at the front of the room says, "Everyone,
The Astral Dusk.
the governor of Kalaman," and the doors open. And two guards with their pikes lead in, and they walk.
Do you
This
clap? I thought you just bow.
everyone is a little bit uncomfortable at the fact that there's a Kender clapping for the like. The governor like looks over at this Kender clapping and is like.
Teller is also very much clapping.
So there's this one dude clapping, and there's all of these professionals in the room. Erevan has taken a seat up front with some other officials. You see Wyhan is there with him, and she kind of like waves over at you all in a slightly creepy but kind of horny way. It's everything with her is like slightly
Slightly
erotic.
horny,
It's
yeah.
very strange.
Ben
Right.
shifts himself in his seat.
Cal just does that. My hands are crossed, but he just does like the little
Yeah, the
fingers,
cool,
like,
the cool.
At the
Yeah, he's creepy for it.
they begin by saying, "Thank you all for joining us today. First off, we would like to thank the sponsor of this meeting, David B, dropping another crazy super chat.
Hey,
God
hey,
damn! Let's go.
David B. dropping.
producer?
They would like a private plane and the world's third most expensive Lamborghini with no dents. So David B,
Nice.
I wish that I could give those to you. Thank you for that super chat.
What color is the third most expensive Lamborghini?
Hot pink.
Oh, I was
think
gonna.
so?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's the color of dusk.
So here we are at this meeting. The governor of Kalaman enters. You see above the governor on these 5 chairs behind him, there are there's this table. It's kind of this circular table that sits behind the governor, and hanging in front of each of the people sitting there is a different little banner that has sort of a crest on it of some kind. You recognize these as the crests of the different guilds of the city, and so the city council here is typically made up of the people who run the city through various guilds and unions, because union work is better work. Harvest, you see sitting behind Erevan in the second row of pews on the left. You guys are on like the third row of pews on the right. You see Mansion Rattleskin, your ally in your order, who was previously here, or you met previously in your room back in episode 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. The meeting begins with the governor standing before you all. He is the emperor's, leader of this area under Salamnia, and he takes the lectern and turns to the guildmasters and thanks them all for being here, and then turns to the crowd and thanks you all, and is like, and I would like to say a particular thank you to Master Sim from the Emperor's court, who will regale the Emperor with what is discussed here today. Before we begin, I would like to extend my thanks to our friends here from Vogler, who are attending after a rather devastating scenario. I know that Vogler is not within my lands. However, I would like to extend my apologies for not being of more assistance in that, as our close economic ties between my city and yours have long held this population fed, and it is quite sad to hear of its loss. When the time is right, we will rebuild, and we will replace, and we will assist Maelgoth in that. For now, though, I believe that it is you who would like to tell us what has happened. Lord Baccharis, who is sitting a couple rows in front of you guys, has already shared in private much of what has occurred, but now that the rest of your city has arrived, what's left of it, I would like to hear from the words of everyone, including the people who saw the true scope of the army and all that that entails. Who are they?
I think
Do we just stand?
Teller looks and then Teller will stand, yeah. Is this like a circle table situation?
No, it is.
this
So
like
there's a
confused
circular
looking-
table up front
And
where the
then we
five
are
are looking
looking
out,
at them.
and then it's kind of almost courtroom-like.
Sure.
It feels like this room might have been this might be a sentencing room for a criminal. It has that vibe, that starkness, but because of its placement within the metals and the earth here, it is rather protected from magical investigation, and so that's why this meeting has been held here. And so it's sort of that structure of like the pews facing forward, and then the circular tables up front. But it is offset. So there's 3 governors on one side and 2 on the other, with like a space where the governor sits in that like space, but in front of the table in his spot.
I think Teller stands and then does walk toward the thing in like just a better place so that not everyone needs to like turn around and whilst you know Teller is speaking to everyone.
Yes. An elf. Hello.
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Teller. I am part of the group known as, and then points to the 3 of you like, are we going with it? Part of the group known as the Astral Dusk. We are a newly formed team.
The room goes.
Well, that's fucking cool.
Wow, that's cool as shit.
I've never heard of them.
Sounds badass.
They played the concert last month at the. No, that was definitely divine.
I wish that I would be up here for a kinder purpose, but unfortunately, Vogler wasn't lost through bandit activity or some form of wrongdoing within the village. I was there myself, and Takesis, the dragon queen, the deity, has been possibly resurrected or awoken from her slumber and has amassed a force, a quite devastating one, of what we could tell at least 15,000 strong. They marched upon Vogler. They attacked during the festival that we hold for, and also the funeral for Ispin Greenshield, as I'm sure some of you may know.
You actually are surprised to see the governor nod at that.
Real quick, does the governor have a name?
Yeah, the governor of Kalamon, he wasn't introduced because people here know, but his name is Calaf Miet.
Calafnia.
We, as a scouting party after the attack, decided to go and look, discover what we could, which is where we found their number. They are seemingly led by Belephion. That's correct. They are led by them, right?
They introduce himself as the voice of Takesis.
Who counts as the voice of Takesis. We then fled to here after Vogler was destroyed. And
They wish to use Vogler as like a.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I was there.
yes,
You're a member of this. There's like a member of the. You're a member of this Astral Dusk.
That is correct.
Who else was there? Who are our?
hands, please.
Cal stands, and since he's calling names, just goes, Caligaro Moonfire, son of Erevan Moonfire of the Mages of High Sorcery.
Ben jumps up and actually like hops over and like goes stands next to Teller, crosses his arms. Ban Lewent, chosen of Solinar.
Oh, no, you're
And then as he said it, like, yes,
Harvest.
my friend here speaks true. Solinari has also seemingly returned, as have many of the other gods. We yesterday, one of our number, after speaking to Ban here, started having a abilities of the holy variety and started reacting quite bad, and we took them to the ruins near the graveyard of the Solinari Church, and Solinari actually spoke through them to us, saying that Takesis has broken free, and that...
I'm sorry, but... And the one of the guild masters is speaking and saying, I find it rather hard to believe that 4 newly formed adventurers have discovered the reemergence of gods that have laid dormant for 350. Do you have evidence of any of this?
Actually, luckily, Jackson was there too. You know Jackson. He's very famous around here.
I don't know Jackson.
Jackson was...
The governor. The governor goes, Jackson.
Yeah,
Hello, my friend.
Yeah.
Did you see this army? And Jackson is, no, I didn't quite see it myself. Just the force that attacked the city. But these 4 did, and Darrett. It's 2 Knights of Salamnia who both say that this is all true.
And you saw what happened in the temple, right?
Yeah. It seemed you can. This kid can do magic stuff. Do god shit.
Yeah, do god shit.
Usually I need something to...
I'm exhausted. Could you help with that, maybe?
Not really. That's
God
not
damn
so-
it.
Without notice. Oh, you gonna do it? I was gonna do the same thing. You're reaching for your dagger, aren't you? I was go for it if you want to do it. I was gonna do the same thing first.
I think it's funny if you both do it simultaneously.
I was immediately gonna hurt like my
Just
hand or something
stab
right through
through
and be
the
like,
hand, yeah.
and hold it. Yeah, that's
If-
really funny that we both wanted to do it.
Okay, no, I'm gonna say you both do it. You
both
both
do it.
pull out a dagger and
Swing.
simultaneously stab your hands.
Wow. And I think you like. Wow, same.
You both take 3 points of damage.
Beautiful.
What
Great.
the hell are you doing?
I think they need you to fix
And we
it.
hold it in front of you.
Ben like
No words, just
grabs onto well, Teller would be closer to Ban, so Ban would grab onto
all
Teller.
standing there.
Oh, you're all standing there.
Just do hold hands.
holding hands.
Well, Ben would grab onto whoever's hand is closest to him, and put both his hands on, close his eyes for a second, and open them, and his eyes would be glowing that white light, as a white light seems to emanate from between his hands.
Do both.
And when he takes his hands off, the hole in Cal's hand is gone. And Ben does the same thing to Teller, using 2 more points. Oh no, I guess I had 6 points of my lay on
You
hands.
want to prove that, sorry,
No, you can leave 1 point on each just to be like, fuck you.
New name, Double Trouble.
Erevan stands up at this, and he steps forward and addresses the council. Yes, you all know me. I am Erevan, and I have been the ambassador of the Sylvanastian elves for longer than some of you have been alive. If this was druidic magic, it would not work here, and you know that. There is very little earth magic in a place as dark and deep as this. They speak true. the Sylvanesti elves were not as forward as we should have been when we were attacked nearly 2 years ago by a force led by a red dragon.
Yeah.
In the time since, we have discovered that Takesis has indeed returned, and it is why I am here to assist with the imparting of this knowledge. They are not leading you astray, and you must begin to take heed of the danger at your doorstep.
So you've known that Takesis has returned for 2 years?
No, we began to fight her force 2 years ago. We were not aware of the connection to the god at first, but we have known for some time, yes. Unfortunately, our ability to communicate is more limited than it used to be. And we are currently under the care of the Qualinestian elves in their homeland, and their mages have been able to assist us in beginning to spread the word of this conflict. But we had to travel by rather mundane means across the deserts and the plain of dust. To get there, it was a hard trek for our people.
Well, there you have it.
There is
Great
also
charisma.
possible thoughts of Lord Soth returning also.
I'm sorry. The gods return, the dead return.
Please. Turns to like the like lead counselor. Is like, check on your man. Please stop him interrupting. Dargard Keep has a lot of activity of late. This is where I personally would like to investigate. I think I think it could. Yeah, I mean, you can go and interview and talk to the residents of Vogler, who all mostly live due to the efforts of ourselves.
I can also vouch for at least some activity coming out of Nightland, especially increased violence from some of the locals from there. We've had, in my village of Leggett, a lot of run-ins with armed militia, and we've had to send many people off to fight and defend.
Leggett, the
orders.
governor says, Leggett is over... well, that's west of Vogler, if that's where the army came from.
It's... What do you mean?
Well, they didn't come from Kalaman. So, where did this army come from?
We don't know how
We
they're-
don't
They haven't
know.
passed by Kalaman.
They quite simply were just there. We are unsure.
In the middle of...
We are unsure. This is something which we also would like to investigate.
We ourselves almost didn't believe it when we saw 15,000 strong on a beachfront, not knowing how they got there.
Yes. I am concerned for a number of reasons. First off, and he turns to Master Sims, the Emperor's man. We will require communication between the Emperor, myself, and the forces at Maelgoth, which is the capital city of the province that Vogler is in, and also Leggett. And he says, 15,000 is a large force, but between Kalaman and Maelgoth, if we can contain them, we may be able to stall until reinforcements arrive from Palanthar. But the Emperor will have to... The Emperor will have to believe what is being said here today and entrust us with more troops. And Master Sims is silent, but he's nodding along, he's listening. He hasn't quite, interjected anything yet.
Would the body of one of these dragons be proof?
You keep saying dragons. What do you mean by dragons?
The soldiers were not only people, but they were draconic folk.
Dragon kin.
They explode in sort of gaseous forms when they die.
Well,
They
luckily
almost
not.
dissolve into the ground after death.
Luckily not. They don't completely. Just did that gold one? Did that?
It
dissolve.
blew up into
Oh.
That one. Some of them literally physically. Yeah.
Oh well, never mind. A body might be kind of tough because when you kill them, they actually like explode in different elements.
But we haven't tried
Not-
to incapacitate one.
That's true.
Not only do they explode, the color of the dragon seems to have minor properties of the Dragon King.
What colors do the draconics come in?
There is light green, we have dark green, red, copper is the ones that we've found so far. The copper one can actually mimic the look of people. We had one infiltrate our very camp and pretend to be the mother of one of us sat here.
Are you sure they were green? Could they have been emerald?
Is that not?
Yes, I mean, I guess.
I find it odd that the colors you describe are mostly metallic.
Well, we've got red. Those ones were poisonous.
Perhaps not then. Metallic dragons have historically been good. To hear a copper draconic be evil just feels wrong somehow, and I'm not sure in what way.
We know that they've been unified under this Balefion, and we found out recently that Balefion was a name of an old dragon from a long time ago.
And Wyhan chirps in there's a blue dragon that was killed by a Dragonlance. Long time ago.
And we don't know if this is the same Balefion somehow returned, or if it's somebody who's just taken the moniker, but...
Why do you want to go to Dargard Keep? It's a dangerous journey, and there's nothing there. It's been sundered since the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
I have a friend who we lost in the Battle of Vogler, and we saw their body be carried in that direction, and we were talking with...
Carried by
Yes,
a dragon?
No, carried by a druid.
druid.
One named Martin, who seems to be
Working with the army.
and quite powerful at that.
And it's a jump. We recognize that it's a jump, which is why I think we would be the ones we want to check this out.
We don't want forces. We want a small team. Us, possibly one more, to go and scout it, and then.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm mostly interested in you for information. Unless you are joining my army, I will not be in charge of you moving forward.
No, that's grand. I mean, that's why we're going, is for information. If we can go and find out if there is
you don't
anything
need
happening.
permission from us. We're not trying to hold you here.
No, of course, but there must be some form of collaboration between us if we are,
I'm going to be frank. An army of 15,000 people, I'm not sure I need 4 people. I need an army.
Yes,
I don't know you. So
No.
if you would like to go investigate Dargard Keep, do so. It's not my purview to...
But it might be related. We believe it very much so is related
and
to
if
this
you
army
find that it is,
15,000.
please come tell me, as you have now.
Yes.
Are you asking for something of me?
No, we are just sharing information as you've just asked. This is what we...
Sorry, it felt like you were asking permission, and I just wanted to be
No.
clear that I don't see myself as your commander.
No,
Unless you would like for me to be. You are welcome to join the army, but you won't be going to Darkheart Keep if you do.
Yes. No, I appreciate the clarification and the transparency of that. As I hope that you would appreciate our transparency in sharing even the next steps of us and where we think is an interesting place to go to.
Maybe it's just a matter of maybe increasing some watch on Nightland and making sure things stay the way that they are right now.
Well, I believe we will be reinforcing all of our watches, as, well, Nightland is unfortunately in the direction where this army might come from. Did they have, and actually, the Master of the Shipwrights Guild, which you can tell by the anchor symbol in front of them, did they have boats? Did you see any sort of naval equipment?
Not that we saw.
Well,
They weren't able to give chase to us after we crossed the river, and we made it here with barely any
The skin on
incident.
our teeth.
Well, I
that's
mean, once we
fantastic
cross-
news. We might be able to send boats upriver and take the bridge down. I don't think it will stop them. They can just build a raft or perhaps even a bridge themselves. But if the goal here is to slow them down until Melgoth can intercede and we can pin them down until we can figure out what to do about this, I believe that I have ships that might be able to help take down the 2 largest bridges between here and Vogler. And the governor kind of like nods at that.
I have a question. I'm not great with maps, but what are the cities between Sylvanesti?
Sylvanesti.
Yes. What are the cities between Sylvanesti and here? And have any of them been attacked?
Whoa, okay. Sylvanesti is on, like, the other side of the continent.
It's right there.
So Sylvanesti is this, and you guys are here. So there's, like, the entire mountain range of Tem and Busik is between you guys.
And we know that they've come from Tam and Busik, right? That's like
you
where
guys don't know that.
Oh, we don't know that.
No.
But we do know that they came from the opposite direction of Sylvanesti.
You do know that they ended up over here.
What we do know, and Ben kind of like,
Well, that's worrisome because maybe they did sail around.
but if they don't have boats,
We would
As
have.
far as we know.
The boats would have been moored in the ocean, not.
We would have had news. We've had trade coming in from the bay. If they had sailed somehow, a ship would have seen a fleet for 15,000 boats.
So, do you think they can teleport then?
Or dig.
Erevan actually chimes in at this, and he says, I do think that one thing we must consider is that they were gone for a year. Where were they for a year? If they could teleport, why... Where were they for the
I mean,
year?
they had to go through the mountain ranges. Is there a series of tunnels under the mountains that they could have fled into?
but even still, they marched on Vogler from the west, which means they would have.
And yes, but possibly, is
far.
there a way under
I mean,
the
there
tunnels?
is an Underdark, but...
They might have gone through the Underdark. Is that possible? Gone through the mountains into the Underdark, popped up.
It's not heavily explored, so I'm not sure. I've never been myself. It is rare for anyone to venture down there. It is quite dangerous. But if they are being led by Takesis themselves, then perhaps passage can be easier.
Is there any like story of Soth and the Underdark?
No.
No.
No, all of Soth's interactions with the world were... the stories about him are mostly about the way he left his life for an elf.
Yeah.
And was banished and then executed for it. And how that his execution led to the sort of undead sundering of the world around Darkguard Keep.
The other thing that I think might be worth mentioning is, as we've found, the gods seem to be returning. But if you're going to fight an army that has a god on their side, you may want to start considering reconstructing your temples and trying to get your own divine favors.
Ho, the person who Solinari spoke through, is actually there now. Wants to reconstruct the Temple of Solinari, at least. Give people a place to rediscover faith. The temples are in quite bad nick, and I do not believe that's a bad call. A very small unit of people just to help rebuild wooden structures and whatnot.
We have seen the power firsthand of what prayers to the gods can do. A lot of people would have died in Vogler if not for Ho and the belief of the people in the good magics of Solinari.
Yes. Yes. So you were attacked in Vogler. And they had just draconics and...
Humans and some Kender and
Kender.
a whole mat.
Just all sorts.
Well, they had prisoners. I don't think the Kender were fighting, if I remember.
I believe there were some
There
in
were-
that
It
It
army.
was all sorts.
Did they have any, just so that we know what we're fighting, siege equipment, any form
Yes.
Oh, they did.
They did. We managed to destroy one piece of siege equipment, but that's not to say they don't have more.
What was it?
A powerful machine that could breathe dragon's fire from it.
Through it.
That's what they tried to use to break down the.
What
Well,
did they
they
call
did
it?
break down the gate
They had a
to
name. They called it Grond.
Vogler.
They called it the boiler drake. The boiler drac.
Boiler Drac, that's not a draconic invention. It's a Kender, or that's a gnomish invention.
Gnomish.
They,
In fact, we worked
they
at-
have all sorts with them.
We
I
worked
think
alongside a very brave gnome.
They
who
have a
claimed
lot
that.
of prisoners. There's a lot of different people collaborating with this army.
Perhaps against their will.
If you were to go to Dargard Keep, would you be willing to do something for us first?
What is
It
it?
depends on what it is.
There is a gnome, Titania Ruckeldust. I believe that she invented the Boiler Drac. She lives not too far from here, about a day's ride.
Wrinkle dust?
Ruckeldust, yes.
Tanya.
I believe that if they are going to be attacking us with gnomish inventions, we should make sure she's safe, first of all, and if she is, perhaps she knows a weakness or a way that we can defeat those without too much difficulty.
Yeah, they're quite impenetrable, to be honest.
That's concerning.
Father of Moonfire. I forget your name.
Erevan.
Erevan.
Erevan. When this... There's no time for secrets anymore. When this army attacked you, was there an offer of joining them?
No, but we did initially form a peace treaty with them. We were mistaken of their intentions, and we thought perhaps they wanted to live in the area north of Sylvanesti, which has gone mostly uncolonized, in my time at least. And so, at first, such a large force, we saw no reason to fight them if they were willing to embark upon this treaty, and rather quickly that was shown to be a lie. They attacked within a fortnight, and we were at war almost immediately after that point. We fought for nearly 8 months with them before the Dragon Orb was set off. They use whatever tactic they can to destroy that which is in front of them.
It seems so. I only ask because they offered Vogler, yes, a chance to just join and house them, which we accepted under the guise of we are going to leave whilst they prepare their people.
We thought they might intend to use Vogler against Kalaman because of the food that it provides.
And the governor chimes in here and says, yes, this will affect the Fishin town, but there are other means of feeding the population.
Well,
I suppose the question now is one for us. What kind of war the Emperor would like for us to wage? As far as you're concerned, I think that... Is there anything else you have not informed this council of before we adjourn to our deliberations?
out of game,
Yeah.
is there? Because I believe that I've said
I think you guys
everything.
have covered it pretty well.
Yeah, because I don't want to say no, and
Yeah.
it's like, well, you missed this very vital piece of information. Because Teller is going to say, like, no, we
Everything
told you
that-
everything,
Yeah.
under the guise of, I have actually told you everything that we know.
No, I brought up the siege equipment to get you guys to mention the boiler drac, and that's about it.
Okay.
Out of game.
Yeah.
That's good. We mentioned the dragons, all of the names,
Belefeon,
Voice of
Takesis.
all of that. We mentioned the colors of the
The
dragons.
shape-shifting.
Yeah, you guys are good.
Lord Sloth, all that stuff.
Yeah. That's a semi-in-game. Cal's like, did they want peace so they could mimic everyone in town and use that as an infiltration system? Shape-shift into an entire town? And
That's not a bad call. Like, and
How
if
many
they,
did
Is there?
they
Did you
have?
discover a way to see through this mimicry?
no, they only radiate magic. That's
they
all these-
well, they don't know everything about the persons that they
Just
take
physically,
over.
they just resemble
Darrett,
them.
who was it was Darrett points to Darrett. It was Darrett's mother that they took over, and Darrett knew immediately that they weren't the same. So
She didn't recall her last
how-
name.
Since we've come to the city, I'm sure a lot of refugees have come through the gates at this point. There's a very good chance that they might
already be in the city?
None of ours. I did check all of ours. I would like that to be perfectly clear before we have refugee checks. It's the ability to detect magic
The Volgo
becomes
survivors are fine.
becomes so
For how long were they able to?
This one was in
a full
in that
day.
shape for at least a full day,
was a
and they
full day.
slept that way.
and was only able to
Or
be
appeared to
found
sleep.
came out of it because we found them.
That is some powerful magic.
It is the ability to detect magic amongst them will it will spark off because they are radiant with it. But complete head to toe, you can tell that there is some spell that's been cast on them.
Ben like kind of like tugs at Teller's like
Yes.
clothing. Is there a way for you to do that here?
Very good. And I'm gonna cast detect magic immediately.
You see the guards bristle a little bit at watching the beginnings of the spell,
Yep.
but Erevan puts his hand up, and they know. And there is a lot of magic in this room.
Yeah, I can imagine.
There is a spell on Erevan's legs that you can see from the waist down. You're not quite sure what it is, but there seems to be something that is cast on him from there. But it's not above the waist.
Yeah.
And so it does not appear like he is. That is the only like large effect spell that's like fully encompassing a person. A lot of people in this room are wearing rings that have magical attunement to them. There's some necklaces. The governor has this like beautiful like sash that hangs on either side. That entire sash is magical in some way. And Manchin Rattleskin, who you don't know who he is, but this rather very graceful and fine, tall, and very muscular man in very simple but like court attire, but without a lot of layers. It seems like very mobile. He has 2 bracelets that are magical, as well as his dagger is magical.
Apologies for that. My companion here did bring up the fact that we weren't sure that everyone in this room is safe. You'll be glad to know that everyone in this room is safe.
Fantastic. I'm not quite sure where to go from here, but there's much to be done. If we might be at war soon, we will have to... Well, and he turns to Guild and he says, this will be on you, mostly. We need to shore up our food stores and prepare in case we do become besieged. I need to hear from Malgoth, and we will have to coordinate our forces against this larger force. And Erevan, if you could join me and tell me everything you know about these combatants and the fight that you had with them, I would appreciate a private conversation with you. And Erevan nods his head, of course.
Before we conclude our conversations, I would turns to like the guild and like all the people who are in charge. I would request the ability for us to openly communicate when we come back with information. We can request counsel and have it within the day. If
we try and ask a guard to speak to you, we're not going to get kicked out.
Yes.
We would never kick a knight of Salamnia out of this castle. And he turns. The governor turns to you and Darren and is like, and Darren kind of steps up at this point and is like, sir, I think perhaps that I should stay here then, and I will be the liaison between you and this team, if that makes sense. I would like to help defend this city, as I could not defend my own, and I'm not sure I'm ready to go back out on the road right away. And he turns to you all and says, I can keep everything in. And the governor just kind of like, yes, gathering everyone together is a bit of an ordeal every time, but if we have a liaison, perhaps, if you do discover more that we need to know, then perhaps that will be worthwhile. Thank you, young knight.
I think that's a great idea. Having a member of Astral Dusk standing by.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your information. I am sorry if I'm not more genial. Everything you've said is rather concerning. And
good, as it should
it's
be.
early in the day to find out you're going to war.
Thank you, everyone.
Ben, after Tyler does that, Ben does the same thing.
Oh, that's what they do at court. Yeah.
Ben is like just trusting that Teller knows exactly how to behave in court and is just like mimicking the movements.
If anyone has any other questions for us about, this, or has any other ways that they can help us gather information or stay alive to gather information, I would love to hear it. We'll be around for a bit. Thank you.
Wonderful. As you guys get up and are like kind of shuffled out of the room,
Get out!
you see like the council members and the governor are sitting there with like mostly concern on their face. You brought very little by way of good news in this meeting of like, no, there's a lot of them. They've got siege equipment. I don't know, man.
We're all gonna die.
We want to go see if Lord Soth is still alive. And
But
much bad
listen,
news, like-
we have God's chosen on our side. It's pretty positive news.
Erevan catches Cal on his way out the door and just says, I don't believe I'll be able to join you today. We will speak soon. Be
Please.
safe.
You too.
Dargard Keep is dangerous. Be mindful of... I wish you could talk to Mel.
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have or know anyone, I don't know, scrolls, sending spells, anything that could help us communicate in case we need it.
You would have to speak with the Qualinesti.
I guess I might be better suited.
Yes.
Let's attempt at a joke at this time.
Good luck. And he turns back and heads to the governor.
Harvest is a like.
What is that? What do you...
Sorry, Harvest. We did not get to speak, but next time.
That's just fine.
It has been decades.
At least.
I'm happy you're alive.
Oh, I'm happy you're alive too.
Did you figure out what an Eladrin is?
No,
Great.
but if I do, I will get back to you on that.
We did a little bit.
Am I still here for that?
Yeah.
Fey touched is all I say to my dad.
All elves are Fey touch, son.
No, but from the Fey wild directly is all we got.
Yeah, drinks.
Wyhan comes over and is like, yes.
What are you doing, Harvest?
This direct thing that Harvest did not want.
Harvest is an Eladrin of the Feywild. I don't know how she got here, but that's what
And
she
everyone's
is.
leaving the council.
And everyone's like, fascinating.
Truly,
But everything you remember is here, yes?
that's right.
Cal's like,
Good luck with that.
did I overstep?
As you guys leave the room and leave kind of just the main council members, some other of the political dignitaries that had been there filter out with you and head up the stairs. Harvest Mansion comes over to you, and he says, "Sorry to interrupt. Do you mind if we speak?"
Yeah, sure. I'll catch up in a moment.
That was interesting.
It's been an interesting few days.
Well, I feel like our mission has changed.
Oh,
Yeah, you were supposed to help me get on that council. But I don't think we're going to be doing that anymore if we're going to war. So, I just came to tell you... Fuck, I don't have this name up. I got news from old Bum. And that news is that...
We.
Jules, the leader of the Bears, was over in Nordmar. This tip of the continent
thank
up here
you.
hasn't been heard from.
And how long?
10 weeks.
That's not good.
The last message that came through was that Green was marching. Now, we don't know what that means, but you kept talking about red banners in there. Mm-hmm. And that elf was talking about how there were red banners and green banners and blue banners down south. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know what's happening, but you and I are here, and the red banners are attacking. Jules was up there, and the green banner... I'm just saying, something is happening on this continent.
It's not good.
So I think our mission might have changed. But Political intrigue's a little bit less important right now.
I may not be a strategist, but I think that the council would look kindly on any allies they can find at a time like this.
It might be. I'll let old Bum know. I'll let him know you're safe. He always had a soft spot in his heart for you. Be careful out there.
I might actually need that.
The reason why we were supposed to join the council here was because Old Bum is interested in what's going on at Dargard Keep.
Do you have any information if I'm headed that way?
Nope. Just that we were supposed to install ourselves here, that we might root out the evil that is there. It was supposed to be a long-term plan. Because what I do know is that that place is dangerous, Harvest.
Well, that says enough for me.
It's dangerous enough that Old Bum is scared of it. And that he doesn't want to just launch an assault. And so if you're going to go, please be careful.
I will.
If we've lost Jules, if we're losing the leadership of our order to this war, I don't know.
The fact that Old Bum is worried about Dargard Keep is enough of a reason, I think, to go for... If these dragons march and then in our most dire moment, the undead turn on us.
No, I agree. I'm not saying don't go. I'm not.
No, I know.
I'm just letting you know.
You're the leader, and
I'm not your leader,
No, but
but I appreciate it. Look, we have not always been on the same side, but I like to think that now we can be.
I hope so.
Especially since I think we're the only two people of our order on this part of the planet. If there's a war coming, I'd like to think that you can have my back.
Always.
All right. All right. You be safe now. He slinks back into the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys are now free. And as Harvest catches up, I want to call out Shin. Thank you for 5 memberships. A little gift.
Thank
And
you.
David B dropped another super chat asking for a shout out for their pug, Gizmo.
Gizmo! Hey, Gizmo!
Gizmo's a great name for a pug.
Gizmo.
It really is.
Well
For a pug.
done.
Another great name for a pug is Gurgle.
Actually, that's actually pretty cute.
Yeah,
Gurgle.
good,
Oh,
actually.
Gurgle with your breathing problems.
That reminds me of Gurgi from Black Cauldron.
So, as you guys are climbing the stairs out of this dank meeting room with some information revealed, some information uncovered,
Some parents.
what would you like to do next?
Go to sleep.
As if he was holding his
It's
breath
like
for the whole
noon.
meeting, Cal goes, "Hi."
Honestly, yeah, can we have a nap to clear this exhaustion?
You would have to sleep for 8 hours.
4.
Just
4.
rest. Yeah, we could rest.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, everyone except Bannon, you would have to sleep for 8 hours to clear both.
I know.
but-
I don't even think I could clear to it once.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's we still have to rest for at least 8 hours, but just 4 of those are sleeping.
Yeah.
So like we don't need to keep watch if we're in the wild. But I don't know.
I
Doesn't
never
matter.
done
It
that.
doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Bannon's with you at all times, so you guys need 8 hours anyways.
Yeah. At that point.
Irrelevant.
Although it's not really 8 hours, it's like, you need 6 so that we can cover watches and stuff. You
Yeah,
know.
I mean, sleeping's not a bad idea considering we're still waiting for some
Oh,
armor.
can I ask someone where Titania is? How far that is?
Yeah, Jackson is like, yeah, she's like directly south of here.
South for how long?
About a day and a half. You can shorten it if you ride hard, but
And which way is Dargard's Keep?
Yes.
Dargard Keep is to the southwest.
Okay, so we
Alright.
could go to her and then go to Dargard Keep.
Well, I think they wanted you to bring her back, though.
Ah, very good.
So that she's
If
safe.
the road is
but-
dangerous,
Yes.
she might be important.
No, right you are.
So we go there after.
Let's
If
go.
we're still alive.
Let's go there
Tomorrow.
first.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, first,
Well,
let's go to her, bring her back.
And Darrett's with you, and Darrett's just like, you might want to wait a 6 days before you leave for Dargard
Because
Keep.
of the...
I'm just saying, if it's that dangerous and your armor's not going to be ready till then.
Oh, that's a good point.
I believe
This
going...
armor's been doing me quite well, though. I think it'd be nice.
I
but
believe going to Titania and then bringing them back, it's a 1.5 day ride. We'll stay overnight, and then we'll come back. That's 3 days.
That's almost enough time for the armor to be ready anyways.
Yeah, and then we might as well just wait
3
the extra
days in.
2 days
Yeah, it's not going to make much
for
difference.
it. And
So do you
then
guys
we go.
want to just go to bed and then we could get started on our trip tonight,
Yeah,
shorten the trip a bit.
what's
Well,
up?
actually,
I don't think we should leave until I've gotten some rest because I can.
Well, no, I'm
barely-
saying I'm going to stay here, but if you guys wanted to sleep now
Prep for the
and then
trip.
leave
in the evening.
and then ride through the night.
it's a day and a half, so then we'd end up there in the afternoon, and that kind of...
Yeah.
I think the more financially inclined of us should go check to see if there's any healing equipment we could get. Or
Well, first, Darrett, you need to show you where the knights. There's the
Right.
knights are.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to see that.
Yeah. Let's, if you all don't mind, you can tag along for a moment.
Why don't?
I'll get healing. That's fine.
If you want to take care of that, because
It's
I'm
so cold.
I'm so
Oh my
cold.
God.
Because I'm the one who has to sleep the longest. Maybe it makes more sense. I'll go back to.
Yeah. You,
When you guys do stuff, I'm going to go.
You go
I
take
need
a
my 8
nap.
hours.
So
Yeah.
where are you going to sleep?
Probably back to.
yeah.
Back
Yeah,
to
well, I
Did
mean-
you discuss with Madam that this was more than a one-night stay?
Well,
no,
you guys
I think
could
it
go
was
together.
one night, and then if we go back, it's like, okay, we'll pay for the room.
We could always
Mhm.
just do
Can
a
keep-
nearby inn.
We could just grab
it's
an
not
inn.
expensive.
Yeah.
No. Constellations is fine.
Oh, is it?
Is it now?
Is it
Yeah,
now?
wonderful.
Brandon had some fun. He
Yeah.
doesn't remember it exactly. He remembers that he had a good time, but he's not sure what
Yeah.
it
Just
was.
got flirted
so
with by like
good.
50
It was
people at once.
It was wild. We
It's a
had
lot
a
of like
blast.
touching and grazing
Yeah.
of the
Ben
hands.
remembers
Still a
having
bite
his,
marker,
having
too.
his world expanded.
Is that what we're calling
world,
it?
eh?
Oh, okay.
His world expanded.
Is that what you're calling
His astral
penis?
dusk was?
Jesus.
It's my world.
That's what you call your
I
butthole.
was
Your
gonna say,
astral
it's
dust.
his butthole. His world expanded.
God.
All right. Yeah, Bannon goes back to Constellations.
Do you call your butt the bag of holding?
And Madam sets you up with a
Well,
room in the basement again.
God damn it.
Or no
The basement.
thing.
It's not that it's like danker. It's nice. It's just that there's a no work in the basement rule. So if you're, it's only for like friends of the family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't bring Johns down there.
I'm just-
It's sort of
Johns?
yes. I love you so much. You are the most innocent person I know, and I adore you
Well, I've
for
never
it.
been to a brothel.
No, it's like condoms and stuff called Johns.
Are called Johns?
I just
Okay.
nick-
No, a John is a guy that a prostitute picks up. Is
Oh.
a John.
Oh, that's fun because we call condoms
Slip
Johns.
on a John, yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah.
call condom Johns. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so that's why I thought that's what that was.
No, I meant like you're not allowed to bring like clients downstairs.
Oh.
That's all happens upstairs, and then the basement is like where the rooms are that people stay and sleep and like are unperturbed by the world.
Yeah,
I
so
like how that means like the basement's not no safe sex. You have
No
to
safe sex. No safe sex in the basement.
No protection.
I love that.
That's
I
why I
also
said-
said,
no,
I
I
also
was like,
said
no
no
sex.
condoms, and you went, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Because I was like, I thought the rule was like no sex in the basement. It's like it's
so we're
purely
gonna remove the
fucking.
condoms.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
that'll
yeah,
stop
but
them.
Raw dog only.
Oh, that
only.
sucks. I don't want to do that.
Only butt stuff in
Christ.
the basement.
Yeah.
Like a Catholic high school. Wait, I went to Catholic high school.
Wait, me too. I'm so sorry.
And now
What's
we're by.
that TikTok? Fuck me in the ass 'cause I love Jesus.
Good
So
song.
yeah. So
song.
you easily find rest, and Bannon passes
The fuck out.
the fuck out.
Wiped. Yeah.
Just absolute longest.
You drift in your sleep as you weirdly find yourself looking down over the city of Kalamon, and your vision is turned towards that graveyard that you spent the beginning of this session in, and as your vision like focuses in, it like zooms in, and you are suddenly looking up at this temple of Solinari. But much like your original vision, you see the cracks and the missing pieces filled in with the light of Solinari. And you just hear that voice just whisper in your ear, "You've done well. We have so much further to go, but this will be rebuilt." And then your vision is turned to the temples around you, and so will they. And that's it. You just have this moment of like acknowledgement by your god that the path you're on is working.
Job, buddy. Made him proud. Made him God-daddy proud.
Then so you would like to go find health potions.
Yeah.
You find yourself walking back to Whitehand's apothecary with her.
That tracks. Yeah.
And, you know, you guys are just having a lovely little conversation. She's inquiring all about your father. She's a little hung up on how handsome he is.
Everyone is.
And yeah, and so you get back to her apothecary. She takes you, because that opening sin room has nothing to sell in it, which is weird for a store, but there's a winding staircase up to the second floor where there is sort of everything. Cool. So all of a sudden, and she's just like, "It's a safety measure, you know. Things up here can blow up, so I have to be careful of who actually comes in."
Keeping it on the second floor.
What is it that you're looking for?
I don't want to say my team is accident prone, but they're certainly not avoidant of danger. So,
okay.
In case we find ourselves in need of aid, curing, we've kind of encountered everything: petrification, near death,
okay,
poison.
So you just want every potion known to man?
Probably, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. It would come in handy, but guaranteed something at least to heal us in a
Okay,
pinch.
I have healing potions.
That would be helpful. Would we have discussed any other needs, really?
Maybe a scroll of some type of sneak.
Yeah.
Like, specifically...
You have a scroll of sneak?
Yeah.
Scroll of sneak. Specifically, like...
Pass without trace.
That one.
Yeah.
Like, scroll of
Yeah.
pass without trace. Something like that.
An invisibility potion, maybe,
anything, to help us potentially assist us in being unseen by unfavorable eyes.
I just lost my mouse again.
That's okay.
This system is so great in some ways.
There is.
Is it on there?
No, I was making a mouse joke that was...
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. It was on your screen for a second, but...
There we go. I found it again.
And maybe lastly, selfishly, perhaps some ascending scroll or any ways to communicate.
Yes, of course. A sending scroll. Interesting. Who are you trying to send to?
Well, in an emergency situation, if we need to contact here, but
Okay.
if not, I did find...
Well, I do have a variety of magical potions. What kind? What level of potion are you looking for? How much money do you have?
195 gold
Would we have
pieces.
pooled?
Well, you guys don't have any money.
Well, no, I have like 8 gold.
Yeah.
And
Which
what's-
I would have given.
And what do you have?
I have 100.
Great.
How much did you give for your armor?
He paid for it.
I pay for it, and I'm still down to 195. So, but we still have
So
to
you
do
have
the
a-
other bit.
You have about 300 gold available to you.
295. We have 303
Great.
Nice.
Dalmatians. Gold.
Well, my potions, the regular ones, I usually sell them for 50, but for you and your important mission and your gods, I could do 35 apiece.
That's quite generous.
I also have
Wow.
slightly better potions that I usually sell for 250 that I could do for 175.
Per potion or all four, you mean?
For one. I'm so sorry, I know, but I do have to,
Make a living? Yeah,
it's
no.
expensive and it's
175.
time consuming, and so I have to pay rent. I don't pay. I own the building.
This is not landlord control.
But I don't do my own laundry, so I've got to pay them, and
Valid.
I like food and drink.
And then, in the means of the scrolls we mentioned, or any force of...
Well, that's a good question. I think that Scrolls are a bit much.
I believe that.
Scrolls are a bit much. I do have a potion of invisibility.
Interesting.
That would be 150 gold. So I could do 4 healing potions and a potion of invisibility for 300 gold.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was
Remember
going.
that we do need to pay the rest of the armor. As well.
Yeah, well, we can now
Yeah.
go journeying for a few days. We might find some.
Hopefully
gold.
we'll find like 300. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Would we have negotiated that with each other, or?
No, I think that's all on you.
And yeah, if you want an out of world thing, I would say 3 of
We can say
the,
that you guys talked about it before you left.
Yeah.
3 of
potions.
the early level potions
Yeah.
and 1 of the slightly higher one because
That's-
I can heal, Ban can
That's
heal
what I was
now.
looking at. We
So
don't
then
need
it's
the
like at least
invisibility.
everyone has a
There's
potion.
only one person being invisible, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and instead
Yeah,
of if
yeah,
I
you're right.
counter Barda, you did say it was 150 for the invisibility, and then 3 little ones would be 300. But can I talk you down with the?
No, I
large?
said 4 regular healing potions and invisibility for
Oh.
300. Or you could do 4. You could do 3. What was it?
3 littles and a
3
big.
regular.
You could do 3 littles and a big for
Like 2.
280.
Yeah.
Right? Wait, no.
Because it's 35,
so
35
that's
which is...
90 that's 105 plus 170. Yeah, 280. I can do math.
You did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be fair. Exactly.
So you want 3 smalls and a big.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and a medium.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to give you
Supreme.
3 of these.
Okay.
No, it's regular and then what's second?
Greater.
Greater,
Yeah.
yeah. So you mark down that you have 3 regulars and a greater potion.
Great.
I don't have a greater.
Fun little box of
No, there's
magics.
no greater in there.
There's other
Unfortunately,
like
so
potions though.
there are. You could pick something else out that might work. So you have 3 regulars and a greater potion.
Could be.
And she just says, I don't have a way to give you sending, but if there's a message that you would like sent and a reply that you're asking for, I could give that to you. I could do that for you now. I have some left for the day.
Sure.
Okay. Who am I sending a message to?
I forgot her last name. 1 second. I wrote it. Yeah. Her name is.
Oh yes, that one.
Ah,
Yeah.
I love her.
You wouldn't happen to know Melanora Winestone, do you?
Of course I do.
Yeah, I hear she's.
She's a necromancy
She's-
prodigy. How could I not know?
I thought it was a shot in the dark. Why? And
Well, she's one of my order,
yeah.
and she's the brightest young member of the Black Robes in, well, let's say 67 years. We are the smallest order
That's
within
true.
the mages. And we know each other. What would you like me to tell old Mel?
Actually, she's okay. She's doing well.
She's got a very cool new arm, but other than that, yes.
Something happened.
Yes, she lost an arm in the war. And then she made a new one.
Oh no.
Yes. Necromancy. It lets us
I know. She.
work with the physical body in ways that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, she was always excited about that.
Yes, she was.
She
She maybe went a little too far, but
I wouldn't. None of that surprises me.
I'm a little obsessed with how I look, so it's different.
Well, you did a great job.
Well, thank you. Caligero
Oh,
Moonfire.
stop it.
I didn't know you were so important when you walked in.
Important.
Well, your father's an ambassador.
My father is. Yeah.
Is an ass.
No, he's not. He's a bit of an ass, but
He's been through it.
I think we all have.
I've never lost my home, so I won't judge too harshly.
Yeah. No, knowing Melly's okay is good enough for me. I don't think I need to say anything right now. I appreciate the thought.
Would you like me to tell her you're okay?
Sure.
I'll do it later.
Thank you.
Of course.
He puts the gold down and wish us luck with this bag of goodies.
Of course. So, Mark, you now have 20. Your party gold is now 23.
Yep. 23.
Well, I also have 30 gold.
You! We have 53 party gold.
You have 53 gold total.
So I no longer have any of this gold.
No. Until I disperse or we figure it out.
And then what were you and Teller doing?
We're just going to show Dart to where the Knights of Salamnia are.
Yes. So you guys go to the quarters of the Knights of Salamnia.
Yes.
And you find Nina there. Nina is the caretaker, and she kind of just manages the books and the day-to-day for the Knights. And you walk in and she goes, "Oh, Harvest, welcome back. How are you doing?"
Thank you, Nina. I'm good. This is Dart, our newest member.
And Derek just kind of nods at her, and she goes, "Oh, of course, you're Becklin's boy. You made it. Congratulations. I heard there was trouble in Vogler. Is everything all right?" And in order to save some, you guys kind of talk through it.
Yeah.
And,
I'm like,
she's very
so
apologetic.
Becklin.
And as she's saying that, and she just kind of says, "Well, now that everything's kind of done with that, I must say that if there is danger coming this way, it's good to have Knights of Salamnia back in Kalaman."
Of course, Dart's going to need lodging.
Of course, yeah.
And he'll need to speak with a member of the Crown and the Rose to select.
There's no one here.
There's
There's no Knights of Salamnia in Kalaman at the moment.
Why?
Just there's been so many things pulling people in different directions.
There's always someone here. There's always many someones here.
There hasn't been for a year now. It's interesting. People keep going off to do things, but they're not coming back. So it's nice to see a knight. I've just been keeping things up, waiting for people to come back, and
I'm sure they will.
I assume they're off doing important things. But I haven't seen anyone for a year.
You don't happen to know where any of them got sent?
Different places.
Just all around.
Yeah, some people went to Malgoth for various reasons. I know a couple of people went back to Palanthar for a tourney that was held. It seems they've mostly gone west, back towards the mainland of Salamnia for a variety of reasons, and it kind of seems like anyone who's had to go anywhere past Vogler hasn't come back in the last year, so...
Right. Well, Dart...
I hadn't really thought about it as being concerning until you look so concerned just now.
Well, the world is a-changing, and Dart, welcome to the Knights of the Sword of Salamnia. It's...
Right, yeah. I guess I will...
It's a good choice.
I am the Knight of Salamnia here now, I guess.
Yeah, you better do a good job. Until I get back, I'll be back.
I feel like everything that you and the other Astral Dusk bring me into is just a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I don't mean for that, but hey.
I believe you don't mean for it, but it keeps happening. But I guess I will hold down... I was going to say the fort, but it's more of a castle.
Yeah.
Until you get back.
Yeah. Well, all right. So,
Cool.
I'm going to go rest, and then we'll be back with Titania, and make yourself at home.
And he just he's like, "So I've never worn armor before," and Nina's like, "Oh, of course, I can set you up with that. Oh, you poor boy, come on, I'll show you how to wear your
blisters.
gambeson." And she leads him away. and he's just kind of marveling at it. It's a rather beautiful space. The Knights of Calamity is on like the east wing of the castle, and there's a lot of sunlight. There's this alternating stained glass window set of like a sword, a crown, a rose, a sword, a crown, a rose, and so there's just like these beautiful different colors of light that feed into this space. As Darrett is taken away to shown his new rooms and his new position as the only Knight of Salamnia left in Calamon. All right. As you guys come together an hour later, you find Bannon is out. And you come to rest, and you take a long rest. You lose
Thank
a point of
God.
exhaustion.
Yay!
Only one though.
Self-caused.
So, yes, the members of Astral Dusk are now only half exhausted.
No, it just Harvest is perpetually exhausted.
Well, Bannon still has a point of exhaustion as well.
Oh, I didn't know you had two.
I was rolling not with disadvantage at the beginning of the session, and I should have been.
Oopsie.
But it's too late now.
All those
It was a moment of divine intervention.
Yeah.
We'll just say that God was on your side. Literally.
Yeah. Fuck, all right.
As you wake up, the elves all notice that you slept a little bit harder than usual. That 4 hours was like a hard 6. But you feel rested, mostly. And it is approaching dinner time. The madame has had the rooms that you have like a bedroom, and then there's sort of a like sitting area just outside of it. And you walk out and to the smell of some food that's been placed there for you. And there's beverages around. What would you like to do with your night?
I believe we're getting some food and hitting the road.
I think that's the way.
Awesome. So you eat. I think, Teller, you probably lead them to the gate and to a stable that you know. And for, 4 gold, you pick up some horses and a day's food.
4 gold.
Yeah. And you take off, leaving the safety of the city as the sun begins to set, heading south towards the home of Titania Rookledust in the hopes of learning the weaknesses of the gnomish siege engines that helped destroy the city of Vogler. And with that, we will bring to an end the 9th session
Damn.
of Dragonlance,
Okay.
which we will now call the Astral Dusk series.
Oh,
We finally have a name.
it's hot, gang.
I'm gonna go change all the
Dusk is
titles to
good.
everything.
It's pretty cool.
Astral Dusk is cool.
It slaps.
like
I'm
that.
into it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Astral Dusk.
Yeah? Okay, good.
Let's go. It's cool.
And
Bring
I
the
love
Astral
that
Dusk.
you've already been using the space theme backgrounds for all the art and
Ooh,
stuff.
yeah.
Look at that.
So it really all just kind of ties in together.
I thought we were at 3 hours, but we're over 4. So I was like, oh shit, we need to stop. I can't do math.
Yeah. Yep.
I am so happy with where we're at.
I liked it. That was
good.
shit.
Some cool stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys
Yeah.
understand the world you're in a lot better now, which helps.
Yeah, it's
And
cool.
there's a lot of direction for you to go in.
I just kind of felt today go,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just like all centralized. And
Yeah.
There's
Do we
a lot.
level up?
There's a lot of panic. Yeah, do you level up? Do you level up? Oh shit.
You know what? Let's say yeah.
That's what you always ask.
Let's go to level 5 as you leave the city.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
I mean, yeah, why
A
not?
lot's gonna happen. So
I think
that's
we're about to
fair.
get fucked.
We're about to get fucked up.
Extra attack!
No, let's go to level 5. I think it'll be fun. Level 5 is where the game gets fun to me.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
for the combat ahead, let's do level 5 from now on.
And it's like now we're officially a team.
Yeah.
And officially a team is a level 5 thing.
I think when
we
you
do
name
level
your
5
team, you
for
should
a
level
while.
up.
Yeah. for
Hell
fun.
yeah.
So we'll do our level 5 level ups in a video that will come out this week before we are back next Saturday with another session of Astral Dusk.
Yeah.
Which is what the show's called from now on, because
Doesn't need to be Dragonlance.
Yep.
Nope. Well, that and also we're still somewhat on module, but not really.
Brought to you by
We're
DL.
off
Brought to you by
module.
It's gonna be fun. Thank you so much for joining us. If you like this video, subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave me comments down below because
Yep.
the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her.
Yum, yum,
This
yum.
episode, that algorithm goddess is Yhan, because she's my favorite NPC so far.
That's
she's the
fair,
best.
yeah.
And
Fox,
yeah, and she's into that daddy son vibe. So
Okay.
All right, yeah, no.
She wants the threesome with Cal and his dad.
Cal is holding back. He's like, nope, this is
If you want to
inappropriate.
follow us around the internet, you can. I'm at nerdynightly.
Rob Russo, .music.
The Brian Kling.
ClarusPolaris.
Captain Krail.
And go follow them because they're all doing cool shit. And go listen to the Atomless, great Starfinder podcast starring this wonderful person over here. With that, Astral Dusk out.
Peace.